Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Ephemeral One, and welcome back to more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Let's see. I'm trying to remember where we were last time. Oh, right. We finished up our business on our agriculture world. That's where we were. We finished up our business in the agriculture world and managed to reach our homeland. Well, or at least the capital of our protectorate, for the Valencias, Mundus Valencius, which has Dargonus, which is the head of our family area, our capital. So, we're heading home. And people will be looking forward to it. That's right, we got here in one piece, so yeah, we'll now get to explore that. So let's see. Anything here? Looks like Phlogiston. Okay, absolutely extract. Yeah, because Phlogiston is one I don't have a lot of. Let's see. Yeah, rare and priceless crystals born within flaming magma under immense pressure. Their energy potential is tremendous and fully justifies the cost of harvesting them, measured in the lives of miners killed by irradiation. Okay, so it's alright. And the next world. Another lava world. Nothing here. Oh. How did this world look? I did get... How did this world look before it was enveloped by fiery shroud? Was it your ancestors, Elentok, who disgorged its core in some ill-considered act? Oh, okay. Did we blow it up, or was it like that always? No surprise. Iliad has very little faith in humanity. And to be fair, it's somewhat justified. And nothing on the gas giant. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Colony management. Yeah, they're currently working on... Yep. Foulstone Janice is also working on... Oh no! Okay, we don't have a project here. Right, I need mechanisms. Cure for sloth. Did I care about... This will give... Plus 10 heretical efficiency and complacency. I don't know. I don't particularly like that. That's basically what it is. Yeah, so... Yeah, no, we're good. Okay. So... Oh, and then the Adeptus Mechanicus ship. Around the planet. Lord Captain, a transport shuttle bearing the markings of Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Magos Saru's delegation intends to board our ship and gain an audience with your ladyship. That is exactly how they phrased it. He intends, not humbly requests. Pascal. Many of the tech comrades neglect diplomacy when interacting with a laity. It is regrettable. Did they say what they want? The honorable servants of the Omnisci have ignored our request. Such arrogance is hardly trivial. It rather appears to be part of their intimidation tactics. I don't want them. I don't want them on my ship for super long, because that can just lead to extra problems. Still, they gotta take some kind of punishment. Punish them for their disrespect by letting them dock at the farthest and most dilapidated airlock, so that it takes them an eternity to traverse the ship. A most humane punishment, your ladyship. Requesting permission to be present at the audience of my tech, to grant it to my tech comrades. Alright, let's see. Nah, don't feel like taking Cassia. We're going to deal with... Okay, Pascal. So we'll take Abelard, because it's on the ship. Let's take these three, just so they can I can level them up. Alright. Let's see what's... There we go.
I know how to take risks.
Alright, let's do the levels up.
Trading is just like art. It takes skill and talent.
Alright, 1 rank for a master tactician. Go ahead and get more ballistic skill. And... joint offensive. Yeah. Henrik's. Dependable. Okay. Yeah, Arms Master. And then... yeah. And Nadira... Each dodge... Whenever the assassin hits a target with an attack that has 100 lethality or greater for the first time in a round, the AP spent for that attack. It's plus against enemies that have the following effects. Outsmart. Whenever the assassin hits an enemy without hitting the enemy's opening, the assassin gains a dodge. Yep. Yeah, and we'll go with the lethality heightens. And willpower. Yeah, no, she is our psyker, just assassin. Alright.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
Real quick, Henrik's. What do you have? You have the blade and the sanctified staff. Would love to also give you... Okay, he can't use bolter weapons. Okay. Was really wishing I could give him a plasma pistol. Emperor's Wrath. Okay. And J. Let's see. Alright. Any of the pistols work better than hers? Right, because she can get the Drakari stuff, so... Let's see. If I did that more than the blade, isn't that just the same thing? Oh, no, it's better. Okay. Okay. Hammer of Epiphany. That is less damage. It's marked more because it's got a higher, tighter range of damage. Then the pistols. She can at least use the splinter one. This 6 to 9 versus the 5 to 8. Okay, you know what? We'll give her dual splinter pistols. Okay. Body glove, anything. Yep. 5% armor against human enemies. None. Nothing major there. Gunslinger's helmet. Yeah, we'll absolutely. Yep. Interrogation. Mechanicus respirator. Pirate's eye patch. Guardian crown. Alright. Harder than nameless. Imperial scroll. Portive manipulator. That's pretty good, honestly, yeah. Reload for free. Stabilizing. Yeah. Okay, nothing major there. Boots, she uses ergo. Yeah, no, I'm probably not taking those off. Okay, and her cape. Yeah, no, we're fine. Okay. Okay, so Jay's fine. Henrik's. Go ahead and give him Imperium Scroll. That makes sense. Like, truth be told, the metronome is if I don't move, I get plus 10. Whereas the Heart of the Nameless, yeah, that's just because of what I am. That's just a 10 across the board, constant rather than situationally. Okay, and Signet Ring plus 10 to Persuasion. Yeah, my Persuasion's 114. Yeah. Okay. So, Churgeon's Manual. Okay. And Idira. Needle Ring. Honestly, Metronome. If she doesn't move, she gets a bonus overall. Gloves of Endurance are real good. Bayonet Knife. You know what? I'll get her the Needle Ring back. Singing Spear is fine. Honestly, with the Singing Spear, she kind of doesn't even need the will to live, but we'll keep it. But that also heals her, so that's the swap off. Psyker's Footwear. Yeah. We'll just throw some more stun grenade, fire grenade, and another extra frag. Battle Psyker boots. Okay, so those are just the better version. Okay. Emergency injector. Phantom cloak. Whenever the damaged melee attack, they get plus 3 temp. Maybe swashbuckler. Perception. Warp damage, I guess, because she is so focused on that. Gloves of endurance, yeah. And lore warp, yeah. Okay. Did I? No, we'll give you the Mechanicus Respirator. Yep. Okay. Okay, so everyone should be looking good.
Technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my
Let us not dawdle.
rotation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Alright, let's see what it is. Need a drink? Here we go. A group dressed in crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you, their gazes fixed on Pascal. You know that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance, casting inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall frame. Despite the hood facing you, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered on Footfall. Oh, okay, so this is the... So he came after us. Alright. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald super servo skulls marked with the emblem of the cog follow in his wake. They blare shrilly. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hahnemann, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under the arrest. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. Adeptus Mechanicus. Offer their apologies for. Would like to inform you of the necessity of conducting an operation to detain, arrest, terminate a faulty unit on the Rogue Trader's territory. Study the two priests. You identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a Secutor's plate, mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has markings to announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe, to the point of endangering its operation. So this is old and beaten, but he's still using it. The slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's body, and a painful-sounding hiss comes from his box. The tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point to not drawing his weapon. There is an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over his fellows, scrutinizing his condition. Who are you? In a burst of chattering, the servo skulls hasten to translate their master's mighty Binharik's howl. An instrument of the Omnissiah, authorized to punish and exact vengeance, known by the designation Tarzus Hanuman. Identification codes recognized and confirmed. These units are who they declare themselves to be. And on what charges are you trying to arrest a member of my retinue? This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kiava Gamma, and making an attempt on the life of the servant of the Omnissiah. The deafening roar from the tech priest's box makes you grimace in pain. You touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed. In the name of the Omnissiah, I condemn you! Lightning flashes across the warrior's army. Agony resounds in the blare of his Vox alarm. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You are malfunctioning, tech comrade. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. The statement is false, tech brother. Tarzus Hanuman is unwillingly undergoing holy torment deterioration, which, however, does not critically affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Hanuman, we have information that implicates you. Having learned that you are a member of the retinue, a maintenance specialist in the service of Rogue Trader von Valancius, we have come here with the goal of meeting you, intercepting you, engaging you in combat. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. What do you have to say to this, Pascal? I'm not handing Pascal over unless you see evidence. Let's get the bottom of this matter together. Get off my ship, Pascal. I think you should go. No. Wait a minute. This is what is happening on Kiaba Gamma. That planet belongs to me. According to Vox interception data, the planet's fabricator sensor made incorrect, blasphemous modifications to Manufactorum working procedures, which qualifies as lapse into sacrilege. The Adeptus Mechanicus are hereby officially notifying House von Valencius of having commenced an investigation into Operation to Remove Fabricator Sensor Cubus Delphum. Estimated time to procedure completed 3.7 solar years. Our data suggests that the unit, which used Magos Explorator Hanuman's identification code, performed an unauthorized upgrade on the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. This fact points to the unit's criminal complicity in the heretic Cubus Delphum. I'm not handing Pascal over to you unless I see evidence. Let's get to the bottom of this matter together. Request approved. Ready to work in cooperative mode. After all, I don't mind. They're free to accuse him. But he's been on our ship this whole time. We've not even been to Kiaba Gamma at this point, so... Tarsus gives you a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving. Tech Brother Tarsus opposes lay participation in investigation, search for the truth. The unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House von Valencius representative's participation request. Well, we have both the Lore Imperium option and the Persuasion. Let's see, I think you and I should continue discussion in private. The big chap is creating friction. Now, Lore Imperium, I insist on the joint investigation. Arresting a rogue trader's retinue member without any justification stands in breach of the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. Or, Pascal has accompanied me on my travels for a while now and can swear that he is no criminal. Yeah, I insist on a joint investigation. Arresting a rogue trader's retinue member without any justification stands in breach of the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tarsus' consent to cooperation of representatives of the von Valencius dynasty in the investigation proceedings. A sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I am a cog of Deus Mechanicus, and that grinds down corruption, and I will carry out the sentence immediately. No. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up his visor. He extends a hand towards Tarsus and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued!" You realize Pascal's words are coming from both his own Vox and Tarsus. Then every sensor on the executioner's battle harness lights up at once, blindingly, and the wounded armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention! Priority notification. Service units of Kappa Thread supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command retreat and reinitiate negotiations. Yeah, so... Yeah, no... Okay. So we don't have to fight everyone, basically. We convinced Opticon 22... But we still have to fight the crazed, Alright. That's fine. Well, this will be quick. Because let's see. 9700 HP, 94, 169. Yeah, they're beefy. I'm going to give them that, but... Yeah. Pascal, hold your line. You won't be alone. Abelard will be up there with you. Yeah, Pascal, Abelard, come on up. Jay, you can hide back there. Henrix, you're up front. So you'll be up here. And Adira. Yep. Okay. Let's do this. That's fine. Good. Yeah, he's taking damage for every... Okay. So this is a bit of an endurance test. He's just taking damage from everything he does. Okay. Word of the Emperor, all allies. Okay. Definitely Iron Arm. Charge, Endure. Then... Sworn Enemy, yeah, sure. And then... Psychic Force. Nice. Alright. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't realize what... Okay, Word of the Emperor. Alright. Yep. Yeah, they're just looking to drop... They're just looking to drop poor Henrix and... okay. Meantime. Endure. Go ahead and...
Indeed.
Over here, dipshits. Let's see. Then... Yeah, just go ahead and swing. Yeah. Tarsus and any firing is just going to be... Yep. Poor Henrix. I almost feel bad doing that to him. He's an Inquisitor. He'll survive. Alright, Adira. Alright. So let's see. We're gonna start... Analyze. Of course, start with Tarsus himself. Aim for the opening. Alright. Let's see. Who the... Yeah, let's start popping these idiots. Weakening them at the very least. And... Forewarning... Henrix... Yeah. And go ahead and just have... Yeah, perfect spot. Alright, Jay. Well, first, bring it down on... Yeah, Abelard. So he's able to do a wide swing, hit all these idiots. Love to see that. And add Brace for Impact. And let's see. Switch her over to the pistols. It's almost tempting to move her into... Yeah, no, that'd just get her killed. So, what we will do, though, is move her up here. Then... Yeah, getting shots on... Yeah. Okay. And we'll just press the advantage. And go ahead and... Okay. Honestly, yeah.
You've got a problem, I've got a price.
Okay. Finish the job. Nope. And she can shock
I
them.
can do that. With the right person.
Nice. Alright. And Pascal. Yeah, the problem is he's going to hit Abelard, and I don't want to do that. So, let's go hunt down prey. Alright. Intimidate. Yeah, go ahead and just finish this one off. Love to see it. Yeah, Machine Spirit. Communion. And then Hack. Yeah, go ahead and hack the other servitor. There we go. Love it. Alright, and next target will be... you. Alright. Then from me... Ooh, I have... Okay, I have my big buffs up. Orchestrated, or Finest Hour... Firestorm, ooh. Yeah, basically everyone can hit these idiots, so yeah. Okay. Couple of hits there, that was a nice use of it. Then, let's see. Go ahead and sensory the sniper over here. Yeah, getting to blind people is very nice. Let's see. Then... buff. Yeah, Henrik's, because he needs the extra HP. And he'll also get some extra... make it extra effective on him. And bring it down. Yeah. Alright, Henrix. Psychic Force, Cleave. Yeah. Or would regular Cleave do more? Nah, 22. Yeah. Extra damage is always nice. Yep, and I don't get to fire, so my first turn I just leave as is. Nice. Yeah. Yep. He's beating on the tanks, which is exactly what I need him to do, so...
The Emperor is on our side.
Yep. And... Reckless Rush. Yeah. Nah. Restores 13 wounds to target. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, get some healing and then go for the cleave. Nice. Okay. Endure. Yep, finish him off. Okay. Okay. Now we're good. Yep. Okay. Hang in there, Henrix. Nice. Okay. Abelard. Go ahead and move over here, just so... Alright. They're not potentially hitting each other. And... I mean, first things first, just go ahead and keep smacking him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, keep them. And
you're back in court.
bulwark. Endure. And do I want to go for the charge? Trying to think. Nah. Nah, we'll just leave it as is. Piercing shot. Yeah. Okay. Adira. Yeah, like any of these guys, either of these guys we can drop, but it almost feels a waste to use this on them. Okay, he has the next turn, so you know what? Yeah. There we go. So that gets us some free damage straight out, so everyone else can clean up. From there, analyze, say this dipshit over here. And... Yep, keep up the forewarning on Heinrichs. Then J. Yeah. You know what? Come over here. Then... Yeah, these two. Nice. And... Yeah, go ahead and buff Pascal.
Don't get too cocky.
Heinrichs can move. So he can get in between these two. Oh, he's got his dismantling attack. Never mind, I'm gonna just... Yeah, I'm gonna get that free attack. Yep. On the sharpshooter here. Oh, no, wait. There we go. Get the blade out.
Nothing stands against me.
Yep. Then charge. Okay. And, okay, so then... Alright. So then he can do Emperor's Wrath. Yeah. There we go. Back to the sword. Psychic Force, and just apply that.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Okay. I don't need the 33 movement points. Let's see. Yeah, nah. At that point, J over here. Yeah, get in this cover. And take aim on me. Alright. Well, Pascal, go ahead and hack him. That's just first off. Second, expose weaknesses. Doesn't need it. Okay. Analyze. Go ahead and intimidate. Hunt down prey. Yeah, hide on the trail on you. Alright, and then for me, I'm gonna move here. Let's see. It's 5 to 7 if I las him. If I do shotgun, 13 to 16. Okay. Nice. Go ahead and sensory deprivate this one. Let's see. Assign objective. And
I'll make it happen.
Abelard. And next time, Pascal's turn. Yeah.
It's as good as done.
Alright. Alright, Henrix. Go ahead and just keep swinging, basically. Yeah, that's about all he needs to do. I'll say the only other thing he could do is heal himself a bit. Abelard. Well, could move back to charge. And do it again. Nice. Just endure. Yeah, nothing else he needs to do. Yeah. At this point, Adira... yeah, consign... And... forewarn... Analyze... Then joint analyze... Yeah. And call it good. Okay. J. In all truth, yeah, go ahead and move her up.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
Yeah, go ahead. Just swing. And the extra. Nice. And bring it down on Abelard. There we go. Okay. And we're good there. And Pascal. Yeah, go ahead and just hack it.
Significant value.
There we go. Requesting cessation of hostilities. Help your brother. The unit called itself Tarsus Hanuman is dead, has been disabled. This material asset is beyond restoration or reuse as spare parts. After a pause, Pascal bows his head and a Binhark requiem pours out of his vox. Despite his misconceptions, he was a servant of the Omnissiah. Pascal, what did you do to Tarsus? Pascal's confused reply comes from a vox in a ras. Unable to fulfill request, the Omnissiah granted me an epiphany, and I muted the machine spirit that was filling Tarsus' minds with fury. I do not fully understand the manner of my appeal to it. The situation perfectly mirrors the incident on Rykard Minoris, where I appealed to the machine spirit of a malfunctioning mechanism and laid it to rest. Well, I'm sorry you had to kill a comrade. I also have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus still accuse the unit identifying itself as Pascal Hanuman of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarsus, I am not authorized to immediately execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop the inquiry. There are no apostates among us. The piercing voice from the box synth is more overwhelming than Tarsus' thunderous roar. Tech Brother Tarsus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness succumbed to the suffering that beset them. Their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs, and am requisitioning Tarsus Hanuman's neural augmetic for the purpose of preserving his blessed memory. As astonished tech priests look on, Pascal leans over the slain man's body and extracts the augmetic from his skull. His movements are precise as they are respectful. Well, let the man work. With each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony your tech brother Tarsus was in. His unbridled, pain-spurred faith intimidated you. Yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voices to proclaim that the machine spirit with which his mind had merged was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that the comprehension of the true path to knowledge, yet procedural cycle, has robbed you of your comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. And good evening. Well, afternoon for me, but evening for you. How you doing, Wister? There is a clang and Opticon 22 knee presses to the floor. Crimson hooded heads are bowed. Let the cycle be discontinued. The radiant light pouring out of Pascal's visor grows dimmer. Static creeps back into his voice. Let the cycle be discontinued, tech comrades. Pascal, there is one small point I'm not clear on. What just happened? Well, thank you very much. This is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. It's set in the Games Workshop world of Warhammer, which is a grim, dark vision of a future where basically post sci-fi Dark Ages, where things have been warped and been twisted due to a long time of humanity fighting with aliens and other threats, and has turned to basically religion to effectively help cope with everything that's going on. It is a very dark universe that has basically been, unfortunately, is not a kind one in the slightest. Pascal's voice vox synth crackles somewhat tentatively. I decided to sustain my words with an excerpt from one of the Blessed Are Not's sermons. on loss, internal and external function. Verse 4, my analysis deemed it appropriate. What is the reason for this act of genuflection? It has been a long time since the words of the Messiah of discontinuing were last spoken, openly, over public communication bands. We respectfully welcome wisdom's return. So he is not forgotten after all. The Messiah of discontinuing, is that how you refer to Amarnath? Following Archmagos Armanath's partial lacetation, removal of chain of command, that was the authorship, attribution on a series of sermons on discontinuing the cycle that were disseminated across the Cognizance fleet. Pascal here and all the red individuals on the screen are what they call tech priests. Quite literally what the name says. They are priests who worship technology. They're also the ones who keep our ships and everything running, but unfortunately they view it through a matter of literal religion for them. It was in fact a title used by many in times past. See, it's not AI bros, because it's actually worse. AI is actually banned. Like, there is no AI, because there was at one point somewhere in the far past an uprising of AI against humanity. Humanity won, but at a great cost that they would no longer ever rely on AI. So instead, where they would normally use AI for controlling machines or anything like that, they use human brains. They cut a brain out of someone's head and they use it in place of a computer. And I'm going to let that one just sink in and soak for you. Like I said, this is dark, dark stuff. I presume the conflict between you and Pascal has now been resolved. Well, you know what? Let's do a little digging. Armanauts. Zombies wouldn't last that long. Trust me. For all the fucked up things you can say about the Imperium of Man in the 4K, zombies wouldn't even begin to scratch the surface on what they would do. They'd survive it and just shrug it off and move on. Oh no, zombie apocalypse would not be bothered in the slightest. This statement is false. Contrary to what many servants of the Omnissiah thought they knew, preferred to believe, the Fleet's Supreme Conclave never issued an official statement on that decision. 37% of the Supreme Conclave's members openly supported Archmagos Amarnath's views and were removed from chain of command under circumstances that were classified. The Supreme Conclave has not had a quorum ever since. Okay, so this is one of the former high members of the church. Was pushed out, and all his followers were pushed out, but there was never an official, dedication of them as heretics. Okay. Do you know where Amarnath is now? Data unavailable. No reports have mentioned Archmagos Amarnath since the incident on the Ark Mechanicus Hermetico, which led to the presumed disappearance of that void ship. My archive has no data on the Hermetico incident. The vessel was the blessed Armanath's base of operations. Is it lost, then? Pascal's voice is filled with anxiety. Were you among his followers? Negative. I had no contact with Archmagos Amarnath and was never a member of his flock disciples retinue. However, my analysis of doctrine he outlined inspired in me deep respect, trust in him. Well, okay. So I presume this conflict between you and Pascal is resolved for the moment? The data received provides a basis for calling fallen Tech Brothers' Tarsus hypothesis into question. Out of respect for, due to lack of authorization to indict, the followers of the Messiah of Discontinuing will not proceed with the detainment, arrest, termination. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Thank you, Tech Brother, Opticon 22. Well, now that the conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard my ship. I already said I was going to agree with their work with their investigation, and we will end up going to Kiava Gamma to get to the bottom of it eventually, so yeah, might as well stay off. Request denied. Really? The Kappa Thread Supply Line delegation is leaving Dargonis, expresses gratitude for the hospitality/ceasefire, and proclaims its intent to return to Footfall to resume performing its regular functions. The tech priest looks over at Pascal as if waiting for something. Pascal's mechadendrite, which is the little claw talons that some of them have, briefly touches the shoulder of Opticon 22, who bows respectfully. So Pascal is someone fairly important. We've not managed to grasp exactly what, but he is. Either way, well, let's get our goodies from the fight. What did Tarsus have? A new Omniscian axe. Okay, nah. Unfortunately, ours is so much better, so that's going straight into cargo to be sold. Okay, anyone else? Hiscitarius. Let's see, power sword, stub carbines. Ooh, a mesopattern arc rifle. Flak jacket. Okay. I'll keep the arc rifle, but though I'm pretty sure that's not that great. But the rest can just go to cargo.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay, was that everyone? Yep, that's looking like everyone. Sweet, okay. Oh, hey, I recognize this. This is the hall where we first had our first battle of the game. Okay, they met us here. Yeah, been a while since we've been in here. Alright, back to the bridge. Yeah. Also, getting into the background lore of the Warhammer 40k, the void ship we're on, it's a ship, it's a massive ship. Like, if you were the closest you would see in the most common usage would be something like a Star Destroyer from Star Wars, or the Enterprise class ships from Star Trek. Like whole floating living cities. There are thousands upon thousands of people on this ship keeping it running. And basically we're responsible for keeping all of us running. The reflection of the bridge lights are playing on the unlit vid screens of the cogitator. Next to the machine stands a hunched text priest who bows to you as you approach, his body nearly folding in half. Lord Captain, the machine spirit of the mechanism slumbers. Should you wish to awaken it, use your key of your blood. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? My designation is IH630. Tech priest points to his only mechadendrite at the machine beside him. The venerated engine seer, Prime, entrusted with this sacred mechanism into my care. It is now my duty to assist the rogue trader's understanding of the hallowed code. Yeah, and blood key, it's literally my blood, so... The servitor's powerful jaws close around your hand with a screeching clack. You feel the cold metal pierce into your skin and draw blood. The vid screens in front of you flicker restlessly, filling with numerical combinations. The tech priest by the cogitator nods curtly. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, Lord Captain. Yeah, not continent, not full continent, but major metropolitan area easily. These things are ridiculously large, but yeah, I wouldn't say a full continent, but definitely like major metropolitan islands big. Pascal informed me that this system has the encrypted data stored inside. I wish to know its contents. Without another word, the tech priest turns to the cogitator. He raises his hands and a prayer in Biharic code pours out of the Vox device. The servo motors in the bowels of the machine grow louder, its undulating hum responding to his chant. Numerical combinations run down the screens. Scanning 0000.0. Scanning 000.5. Scanning 000.9. Ses reg 789.0344. Rest ignit. Ident 10256. Nom operate rest off. Nom is rest is rep up. Nom os rest off. The machine spirit has discovered numerous critical errors. The data is damaged. The tech priest stops abruptly, and his green glow his visor narrows. Registering an intact segment, the machine spirit has spoken. The worlds of Kiava Gamma and Dargonus hold certain data repositories. The mechanism is ready to provide Rogue Trader with data keys that can unlock said repository. How do I accept these keys? Okay, just a lot of gibberish. The gracious machine spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of House von Valancius by means of an hyperduric tattoo augment. If you're ready to accept the keys, place your hand inside the servitor's mouth. So they're gonna tattoo a key onto me. Alright. Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist, but the sharp pain only lasts a moment. The Elect 2 that have been planted inside your wrist should be enough to open the repository doors. What data repositories? That remain hidden encrypted databank belonged to the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. She was the only one who could have known about these repositories. Perhaps the former Engiseer Prime could also have known. Omnissiah accept his code. If I were to propose a hypothesis, it would be most prudent to figure out a figure as eminent as Rogue Trader to store her classified data in receptacle most secure. Okay, so our ancestor, the former Rogue Trader, Theodora von Valancius, died before she could tell us anything about this. Alright, so do we know anything more? The Omnissiah favors you. The machine spirit is willing to communicate calculations based on could restore lost data. Thankfully, Pascal. Alright, well, we're just about to head to Dargonus, so restore the data cache located on Dargonus. The data has been restored, but it is only a single phrase. Litanies of motive force. Okay. And what about the Kiava Gamma? The servo motors within the cogitators pick up pace and their heavy thrum growing louder. The machine clicks abrasively for several minutes until eventually a numerical code appears on the screen. The tech priest turns to you. Blessed are the Omnissiah's deeds. The repository on Kiava Gamma has a security system guarding it. The machine spirit has recovered a code that will allow you to disable the defenses. Okay, so something about litanies of the motive force is going to be something on Dargonus. Okay. And then something else about then there's a place over on Kiava Gamma that's unlocked now for us. Okay. Alright, folks. Speaking of Dargonus, let's go. Home sweet home, ladies and gentlemen. There are two places we can land. The Von Valancius Palace or the Administrata Building. You know what? Oh, where to go first? I'm gonna say... Well, you know what? We're home. Best to go handle things first at the palace. And I'm taking my better team. Yurliet, Cassia, Argenta. I'm bringing the girls, the toy, and the captain. And yeah, Abelard, the meat shield. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Here we come. See all those people? They all rely on us. We're the rogue trader. Greetings, your ladyship. Glory to the rogue trader! Ah, okay. And nobles whispering behind my back, as things should be. Yes, this entire planet belongs to me. All these people are considered my servants and property. It's good to be home. Nah, just pick one. All right. Well, no, I call him a toy just because I'm just being facetious. Pascal is a tech priest, so he's one of those cases where he's a machine. He's more machine than man, anyway. Clementium Wassarian. Oh, for those who may not know, Wassarian is the name of our Abelard, our seneschal. So, I imagine a relative of him. The Emperor protects. Welcome home, your ladyship. The stately woman in a long, full-dressed uniform makes a graceful curtsy. Her short, graying hair does not obscure her stern features. I am Clementia Wassarian, Court Chancellor of Von Valancius dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonis, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valancius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all. But, as one star expires, another always flares to life, and, although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you will become the trade dynasty's guiding light in these trying times. Clementia. Abelard offers a reserved nod. She nods in return, and the lines on his brow soften ever so slightly. Achilles Scalander. The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burnt face and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture. Achilles Scandalar, secretary at the Administratum Department. I hope your journey to Dargonis was not darkened by unwanted trouble. It was terrible. Okay, so we could complain. Don't complain in front of... Don't show any weakness in front of all the people. That is... we had some incidents, but those are irrelevant at the moment. No, better to be graceful and... yeah. You could either play it off entirely, but let's be honest. The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars. Achilles makes a sign of the Aquila, and may he remain merciful to us all till the end of time. Does your ladyship wish to survey the grounds, or perhaps sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have? Governor Urban Driftstrom has been notified of your arrival on Dargonis and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your ladyship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Oh, so we can play dumb and be like, yeah. But let's not make it a big, let's not in front of everybody. Remember, we have all these people waiting. Though I'm kind of curious, why isn't the governor here to greet me? Apologies, your ladyship. Governor Drivestem's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dargonis. We sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel great distances of your domain. Chancellor Wassarian appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what's acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader. Okay, so he's trying to see if he can get away with ruffling my feathers. Alright. I would like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They are very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and audience chambers are. Achilles' face brightens with a purely white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you may need it. Well, then you are dismissed. Thank you very much. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for conversation with me? Achilles bows his head. I am certain you will find my report on the state of affairs in the Von Valancius Protectorate most useful. Okay, so he's our update. Okay, let's see what the planet's got to hold. Alright, everyone cleared out. Alright. So now we are allowed to wander around. By the way, all these little flying things you're seeing, yeah, those are human skulls. They're called servitors, and they basically do exactly what you think it is. They follow around, they act as little personal assistants, surveying, checking on things. Yeah, so KK the hero of Janice. Yeah. Anyway. Yep, but now we are on our home planet, or at least the head of our... So, let's see. Aristocrats. Yep. Obviously a very feudal society. I'll say it this way, don't bother talking to the peons more than you're gonna have to. Ooh. I was gonna say, don't worry about talking with the peons too much, because most of them are gonna be flatterers. Kiava Gamma Messenger. Yeah, you're just gonna get a lot of your ladyship. Head of Kiava Gamma's delegation, maybe yeah. So that's the... Ooh, toss a coin? Sure. Glinting in the light, falls... Alright. Nope, this is our first time here. Nope. I've also never played this game before, so... Janice. Head of Janice's delegation, yeah. Living Fruit Guarantee. Oh, really, it's... The walls of your home suffocate me, Ayan Tuck. I long to leave this twisted world at the first option. Yeah, well, I mean, there's always been the running theory that it's entirely possible that that the brain could live on without the body, theoretically. So much so, there was a theory at one point that that brains were actually something of a secondary parasitic life form at one point that just basically attached onto life, onto the life on this planet, which is kind of a funny theory, but nothing to it really. At least nothing able to be confirmed. All right, let's head to the palace. Again, this is all ours because we happen to be born of one of Theodora's children. As well, more like probably great-grandchildren or grandchildren. The exact lineage that allowed us to become is never made clear, but it's more of a detail thing. Oh, something's going on. Welcome, your ladyship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers in your dynastic estate. Oh, okay, this is just a tutorial on where is everything. The main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject Achilles Scalander informed me that you humbly awaits you there. Yeah, okay. That's the main throne room. If your ladyship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs on the right. Okay. Oh, good grief. He's taking a long time. If you need anything, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to your chambers, eagerly awaiting your orders. Alright. Alright. And main chambers, just a lot of... Alright. Right, because... Oh, and for anyone curious, these are tech priests. Imagine. Huge giant brain and we're just the dream. Basically very Lovecraftian kind of theory, yes. It's where the whole Futurama we're giant brains kind of thing was mostly a joke on that. Yeah, no. Speaking of brains, or rather the lack thereof, these are servitors. Servitors are basically the servant class. You have much of your body replaced by machinery, and you are lobotomized to be turned into an obedient worker. So, yeah. Just letting that one sink in. Alright. Long live the Rogue Trader. Wardens. Yep. And in here. Okay, all sorts of goodies to find. There's a faint mark on the polished mantelpiece, which likely left by a glass. So this is probably this is a private room for Theodora. Alright. And some extra goodies, and some hidden stashed goodies. The Breeze Catcher Boots. Whenever the wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains plus... Oh, okay. Not good for ours, but... Not good for me, but still nice. The leather covers bear the names of authors, mostly philosophers' theologies of Dargonis. The spines of the books are trimmed in gold, because, you know, rich people. The cogitator producing a rhythmic sound, among which the faint ringing stands out. Alright. And I imagine this is a desk. This antique piece of furniture is obviously well cared for, but the surface is still covered in lots of scuffs, scratches, stains. traces of the previous rogue traders who sat at this table. Yeah, I won't deny the possibility, but a sturdy safe equipped with several bizarre mechanisms. I got some keys. And inside is a... Oh. 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 Oh, baby. Okay. In the Warhammer universe, this is one of those guns that you just sit there and smile about. Okay. Multi-meltas. Did I give... Yeah. The largest type of melta weaponry. Usually only employed by the Adeptus Astartes or mounted upon Imperial vehicles. Imagine the equivalent of a chain gun for a flamethrower. That is what a melta is. A melta is basically a flamethrower. A napalm-based flamethrower that can burn even hot enough to melt steel. This is the biggest version of this gun, and it is disgustingly good. Oh, yeah, so we're just taking that. And let's see. Inventory. I'm gonna see if... Hey, Pascal, you got your arm big enough to carry that? Nope. Okay, nope. No, we're gonna need something bigger than him to be able to carry that. Okay. We're still missing... Like you can tell by the characters, we're missing one. Any chance you... I doubt. Alright. Yeah, no, she couldn't keep on her feet and use it either. Okay. I'm like, there was only two options. I needed either Pascal... Because there's no way Abelard's strong enough to wield this thing. No, he is. Oh, God, he's strong enough to hold it. Because you need 55 strength, right? How bad, how close? 30, yeah. You need 55 strength, so yeah. He's the only one, isn't he? 25, 30, yeah. Heinrichs is, yeah. Yeah, a cannon version of a flamethrower. Oh god, that's terrifying. And even my highest strength character is barely able to wield this thing. But it would require me to get rid of the shield, so I'm not doing it. Because he's so much better in melee. But it is just really funny to think. Well, we are missing a character, so I imagine that character might be the one to... But we'll see. Alright. And in this door... Alright. More fireplaces. Ah, our bed. The bed for the head of the Rogue Trader dynasty is befitting the status of the owner. And in here? Ah. Secret chamber. Oh. Now we're getting into the family dirty laundry. Okay, now I'm getting interested. The world, library, and eyes linger on several of the administrative adepts, memoirs, distant death. Okay. And this chest. Okay, more just general goods, nothing special there. Yes, there's the obvious, but I'm not looking at the obvious until I have to. Mysterious item undoubtedly created by unhuman hands. Okay. Because the Rogue Traders explore outside of normal human territory. So it's, of course, we have plenty of dark goodies wrapped around, hidden in places around here. Alright. Undoubtedly uncrib. Yeah, okay, so this is the stuff that humanity, aliens, machines. Oh, this is a horrible universe that wants you dead in 1,000 different miserable ways. Trust me. Right now, you just caught me right as I managed to reach the place. You missed the fights at the end of the last. Yep. Alright, more goods. Ooh. Plasma Shaper gloves and the Zealot cloak. When the wearer hits an ally with an area attack, the wearer gains +1 stack of Zealot until end of combat. Oh wow, so shooting your allies to benefit. Don't know if I'm going to be big on that one, but at the very least. Yeah, and this is all... Yep, Xeno artifacts. This is all stuff the family found. Alright. Empty glass and 3 unopened bottles of wine to the finely crafted table made of dark... Oh boy. Okay. Strange objects lie behind the glass display case. Labels make it impossible to learn what they are. And just more... Yep. And that's... Dust is accumulating on the raised oiled smears. If servants have access to the room, they do so very rarely. Alright, let's see what this is. Mysterious Xeno artifact rests in the stasis field. Okay. Alright, sure. This'll probably be bad. Sit down. The secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the box speaker, you can easily imagine Theodora reading a book with a glass of expensive wine in hand. Well, choose a book. Several books are stacked next to the sofa. Some appear ancient, while others look like they've never been opened. Among Theodora's data that has been restored, using the cogitative, is the phrase litanies of motive. Okay. Love is the only truth. Yep. Okay. Well, we were told litanies of motive force. As you pick up the book, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your finger. Have a glass of wine. The 3 sealed bottles are sturdy looking. Maybe the Boon of Terra? The full-bodied wine is sickly sweet, and you feel a warm sluggishness rolling over your body. Alarms have been sounded. Oh, I chose the wrong thing. Alright. I chose the wrong one. So are they just going to get free rounds to... So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I fucked up. I chose the wrong bottle. Or I chose... Okay. So there's a trick to this. Change the music. Okay. Arm and pass down. The calm has come. Some fade somewhat. Not even a rogue trader can find it. Okay. Do not pour wine. Here you recognize the melody. The Symphony of Honor and Duty. Melody is playing the Symphony of Duty. Choose a piece, part 2. And then goes back to normal, seemingly without any change. So... the Grand Master's blood? Okay. Skip over. Yep. Alright. Okay, well, Flame of Purity. Alright. Alright, wine fills a glass, glittering. You hear a short, faint hum as unseen motor stirs into motions. As the room responds to your actions with a quiet grinding sound, the small nook reveals itself. Okay. Databank from Dargonis. There it is. Okay, so this is what we unlocked. Let's see. Inventory. Okay. Contains has been carefully encrypted. Okay, so we probably have to bring it back to the ship to get it unencrypted, or talk to Pascal. Okay. Well, we'll have to have that checked. Alright, so we only got one bit of the answer there. Alright, so that's our room. Oh well. According to the inscription on the statues, gift from House Goprek to von Valancius dynasty. Okay, let's go talk to... Alright, okay, and this is where all the aristocrats hang out. Of course, nearest to where... Alright. Okay. Yeah, because this is the audience chamber. Okay. By the way, we did an awareness test. We succeeded, so what did we notice? Oh, the goods there on the... Okay. Okay. Since everyone knows who we are... By the way, yeah, this would be where we would meet with everyone. Sit in the chair and talk. The von Valancius dynasty throne, a visible power of the rogue traders... A visible symbol of the rogue traders' power, which now belongs to you. Yep. Interesting to see Adira talking with an aristocrat. Probably dressing them down. She's not a fan of them. Clementia Wasseria. Your ladyship. Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and comfortable cloak. She bears a saber and gilded scabbard, whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with the Wassarian coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on you in the periphery to the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him. The sharp gaze of the impeccably straight back, the composure. For a moment, you feel like you're looking at a younger version of Abelard himself, not his heir. Judging by the scars on the exposed parts of her body, Clementia saw her fair share of combat prior to the position of chancellor. We were born of the... Rogue traders are a family line of people who are responsible for pushing against the unknown of space. We happen to be born at... The former rogue trader, Theodora, whether her child or directly, or whether we're her grandchild, we don't know. But we are one of the last members of her line. We're one of the last people who can inherit basically the entirety of the dynasty. And effectively, we were summoned onto her ship because we didn't know about her for our entire life. We were summoned onto her ship and told basically that we were one of her heirs. She technically had two. Unfortunately, due to a betrayal and the introduction of the game, we effectively became the only one. So then, we are now, as the sole inheritor of the entire dynasty, are looking to basically just live up to her fill her boots and figure out how we want to be the next rogue trader. As far as what makes us important, there is what they call the warrant of trade, which is what allows us to interact, bring goods, move around the galaxy freely, with no direction, no control of the Empire directly, and we are under our own authority. That gives us basically supreme authority out here on the far reaches of humanity's empire. And effectively, we happened to be just one of her inheritors. So we're just filling in. We're just, moving into the position. Because the warrant of trade, which empowers us, is signed by the Emperor of Mankind himself. So it's a big deal, and it is considered a holy artifact that we keep on our ship under the tightest security. Achilles Scalandar, does he cause any problems? Why, none at all, your ladyship. Secretary Scalandar is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the von Valancius dynasty. In Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain, and he has proven himself quite capable. And, I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing? That last word brings a slight smile to her lips. Yep. What can you tell me about Dargonis? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum, which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Dargonis is also the seat of the several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonis. Hey Nate, I'm doing alright. And lastly, Dargonis has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships, which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? Unfortunately, not at this time, your ladyship. After the few representatives of the Adeptive Astra Telepathica on Dargonis went into a frenzy, some of the Psychers were tragically pacified by the receptive authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thanks be to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital. For those who don't know, basically the way you get around the galaxy is basically warping through what you would otherwise known as, well, they call it the warp. Some people like to compare it to hell. It's an other world. It's a parallel dimension. It's the other side. It's the spiritual world. And it is a wild, dangerous place. It is raw chaos manifested. And it is only by the Emperor of Mankind sitting on the throne on Earth that we are able to move through it at all. Basically, he works as a barely living lighthouse for the rest of the galaxy. That's a whole thing unto itself. We can talk about that later. Alright. Are there any other issues I should be... Tell me about Governor Drivestem, actually. Urban Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonis, but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and logistics between the von Valancius systems. The Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonis. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. Okay, so he's a good guy. Are there any other issues I should be aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonis was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet under the command of Captain Marthas Wasserian triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have the situation completely under control. You catch her avoiding your gaze for just a moment. For the first time, it's obvious Clementia is looking out for her house's good name. But despite the confidence in her tone, you can tell she does not entirely believe her own words. Which, to be fair, at the beginning of the game, we did witness a Drukari war fleet pop in and steal a goddamn sun. So yeah, no, I can understand her feeling a bit shaky about dealing with Xenos, especially at a time when the warp has gotten so bad we can't really get between systems. Her anxiety is justified, is what I'm saying. Thank you for the report, Chancellor. I serve the Von Valencia's Protectorate, your ladyship. The governor can wait a little longer. I still have matters to take care of. Certainly, your ladyship. However, her thin lips twist slightly. I do not concern myself with the governor's feelings, but I must warn you. Your action or inaction may be interpreted in a certain way. Now, if your ladyship will excuse me. Yeah. Okay. So, looks like there's a room to the right. Huh. Ah, okay, this is getting me back to the void ship. Oh, okay, this is just getting me. That's all that is. Okay. That's my private ship back to the ship or to somewhere else. Okay. Henrix and Achilles. Alright, Achilles, let's talk. The slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Achilles, it has been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you, as well as her wishes for your swift return. Henrix frowns. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal. We figured out, I'm not so foolish as to fail to know this conversation. In code. Your insight deserves credit, Rogue Trader. Then again, I expected nothing less from Theodora von Valancius' successor. Henrix looks at Achilles. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who's engaged in other matters and the Coronis Expanse. I'm sure you will find Achillea's service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. In other words, he's an agent of the Inquisition. The Inquisition are the people who are who spend all their time trying to root out any potential people who may be sympathetic to alien, or Xenos as they're called, typically, influence. Greetings, Lady Raphlin von Valancius. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of the Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Votgir's accomplices on the capital world. So yeah, Conrad is the name of the man who betrayed Theodora and killed her, as far as we know. We didn't see there, all we did was we walked into Theodora's room after she had been killed. Though it is worth noting, Conrad seemed shocked that Theodora was dead, so he may very well have not been the one who pulled that trigger. Do you know anything about what has become of Conrad Votgir? The former Master of Whispers is a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty. Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Dargonus too late. Kunrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately, once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started were that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their heart and now nurtures it in secret. You promised me a report of the present state of affairs in the Protectorate? I have already forwarded all official reports to your Seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonius's political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the cap of the world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonus, much like the nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is weakest, or whomever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonus are well-respected, rich and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drivestems, the Garpraks, and the Sauerbachs. I should also mention the Ossarians, not a noble house per se, but a family that has been part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Bloods' great displeasure. Alright, so let's hear them out. The Drivestems. The Drivestems are the ancient governors of House Dargonus. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the Von Valencia's protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless, except for one detail. We have evidence that urban Drivestem's rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the Drivestems, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to the rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of the Von Valencia's heir, not her servant. Okay, and what makes the Gapraks special? The Gapraks hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gapraks oversaw industrial shipments within your protectorate, until recently. Ever since the astropathic communications with Kiava Gamma was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. Okay, so we'll need to assuage the Gapraks that my next stop is, of course, Kiava Gamma. That's easily enough. The Drivestems we may or may not have time or be able to deal with. We'll see we'll see what Xenos they're dealing with and how they're dealing with it, because if it's certain races, if it's certain species, I'm not going to worry about it too much. But if it's anything like they're dealing with the orcs, I'm going to have to just put them all down. Alright, what can you tell me about House Sauerbach? Religious and hardworking. The Sauerbachs own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that lately members of the Sauerbach family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the Von Valancius dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. She's too reckless. We should be in charge. Okay, the usual haughtiness. Okay. I have an idea about the Wissarians, but let's hear the official word. The Wissarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility. At least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, from which Lord Abelard hails. Our Dargonis, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they were never granted a official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by old houses of Dargonis. And secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts, clinging to the rogue trader's favor. The Wissarians are responsible for the capital world's fleet and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes. No, this is just the way things are. Okay. No, I don't feel like having them executed. It's just, you have to play the game, that's the way this goes. So, no. Enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your ladyship. And this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet. Xenos and the threat they pose both to you and to humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people to report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Coronis expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about the incoming threats, including Xenos raids. Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Reflem, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and her mighty void ship to avert a disaster. Hint, hint. If Achilles is warning you, get there and handle it. Then I must take my leave. Achilles bows. According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drivestem has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already prepared to arrange a meeting. All that's left is to notify her that you are ready to see your bend. Here we go. Alright, the governor of the planet. So, in our absence, in the absence of the head of the rogue trader, he's the one who's been ruling this entire time. So, you can imagine we're not going to be the person he's going to be happiest to see. Because this means an end of his free hand. Alright. Let's deal with this. Tell them I'm ready to see the governor. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. Damn, took him 2 hours to get here. Okay. Reflem von Valancius, 20th in her line, rogue trader, keeper of the sacred warrant, and the ruler of the Coronis expanse from the Chronox system to the 100 Dreams crossroads. I bid you welcome. Urband Drivestem, governor of this great world, first and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valancius. Yeah, I hope you enjoy. Go on. Hope you have a nice day and hope you get to enjoy. Worst case, catch up on it later. That's the nice part of streaming on YouTube. The videos will be up. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. The citizens of Dargonis and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. So, do we go overzealous and have her a full year of mourning? There is no need. I'm the new ruler of the Protectorate. Let my subjects rejoice at my, I'm here. Rejoice instead. That's, to be honest, it's all the same. Do as you feel fit. You know these people. I will acquiesce that much. You know these people. It's half a year of mourning. If it's appropriate, so be it. I will immediately give all necessary instructions, your ladyship. He casually presses a few buttons on the cogitator built into his gold bracer. Esteemed Reflin, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of tragedy, together, and let us carry on where she no longer can, by leading the Von Valancia's protectorate to even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonis flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the roots are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given the vast majority of ships in the Dargonis Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the Von Valancia's dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. I want to confirm. Conrad Vodgir, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonis? The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering on his fingers. Lord Votvir visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your ladyship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manners of rumors and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue trader. However, Conrad Votvir was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. How to backhandedly tell me that you bought into it and you're just covering your ass because you believed I killed her? That's bad. Okay. So, now we get to choose a response. So we could go dogmatic, sentence all those who dare make heretical remarks about the rogue trader to servitude imperpetus. Machines aren't prone to dissonance. Basically, they become servitors. Anyone who doubts me automatically become a servitor. Just like that. My subjects' doubts are understandable. Too many things have changed in too short a span. I will prove myself worthy of the position. Publicly rip out the vocal cords and tongues of every slanderer and replace them with box implants that sing the praises of the rogue trader of myself without interruption. I should think that will serve as a reminder of who rules this world. Yeah, causing pain and misery just on the slightest bit of slander for being a heretic. I couldn't care less about what people think of me. I am Theodora's successor, whether they like it or not. No, it's understandable that people doubt me, but I will prove and make my legacy known. Why, Reflin, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget a ruler should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. Sure, but I'm also, what you view as weakness, I can view as strength. Because if I prove myself and earn that respect, guess what? I don't have to worry about a dagger in the back. If anything, that's what I found most common is Theodora seemed the type who very much was played her cards close to her chest and didn't trust people. had only a very select few trusted allies, and I think that's where it's sat. By the way, we met a ship from Dargonis not too long ago. The crew was transporting a strange artifact and went mad during the flight. This is truly regrettable bit of news. What's more, leaving Dargonis has been forbidden for several cycles now. It seems the Wassarian family has once again failed in their primary responsibilities. He shoots Abelard a condescending look. We will investigate this at once, as well as the fact the ship had to acquire a permit with the Administratum seal. Does your nephew still serve at the Administratum Palace? The governor presses a number of buttons on the cogitator built into his bracer and looks up at you in surprise. I don't understand. The ship did indeed depart from orbit, but it did so, if you can believe it, on the rogue trader's authorization. That is why no one dared to impede its departure. Lord Captain, it would appear that Conrad somehow got his hands on a copy of your authorization. Or perhaps even the original. A tool like that in the hands of a traitor does not bode well. Ah, so he's able to impersonate me through Administratum. Okay, that's not good. Alright. Well, I know what the nobility expect me to do. Fix everything. Which, yeah, that's my job, so that is what it is. I would like to complete my inauguration as rogue trader as soon as possible. When is the ceremony? I'm afraid that, until you deal with the pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable, and the central worlds of the Von Valancia's protectorate are going through a crisis, and the warp disturbances, if void observers are to be believed, will prevent important guests from reaching the capital. Okay. In other words, alright, you have to do all your side quests before you get to move the story forward. Okay. So what do they expect? We are all troubled by the fate of the agri-world Janus that supplied Dargonis and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rabble to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaprak is perturbed by the loss of communications with the industrial world Kiava Gamma, which is their charge, but if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention most is the penal world of Viabos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. And of course, our commerce is high enough that we just instantly go, such intriguing concern for the Viabos 6 outpost. Doesn't your house happen to own the extractions? Take it easy, Wister. Driveston's beady eyes widen in fear. Your ladyship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words that attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Viabos 6, the manufactorums on your world will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments in those troubling times. They run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valancia's dynasty. I've already visited the agri-world Janus. The Governor Viat found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. Truly, the Viat line is one of the oldest in the Von Valancia's protectorate. If the inheritor of such a well-respected blood could not handle whatever befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. Oh, no, I'm not... Yeah, no, I'm not going to... Oh, I'm looking forward to this. This man's about to start sweating bullets. Because I'm about to tell him the truth. Oh. Svistenza succumbed to worshipping the ruinous powers and was executed. Driveston pales in terror. It is clear from the unseemly grimace on his aristocratic countenance that his fear is not feigned. Ruinous powers! Truly horrifying news! I commend your resolve and unwavering severity. Death to the enemies of humanity. Alright, so that does it for the planets and trade routes. What else? Xenos, your ladyship. I don't know really where to begin. He rubs the bridge of his nose wearily. Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Coronis expanse. They have been menace to the worlds on this side of the Maw for decades now. But now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no sign of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty, or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonis. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers. Although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages, I hope Master Skalandar will be able to keep his word and offer you support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Veabos 6 has been a particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Okay. Now, to issues on a smaller scale. There is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession of the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprising are minimal, of course, and the spreading rumors are nothing but a sign of weakness in the mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly decomposure at your succession. What is to be done with them? Eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, but do not threaten the entire families. Hopefully these steps will be enough to keep the rest from causing any more trouble. I care not what those hyenas are yapping behind my back. Leave them be, they are no threat to me. Make arrangements for public purges. All who sullied the rogue trader's name must meet their death at the executioner's block. Or send them gifts and make sure their generosity does not go unnoticed by the rest. So, are we magnanimous or are we brutal? Nah, we'll handle this quietly. Eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, but do not threaten entire families. Hopefully these steps will be enough to keep the rest from causing any more trouble. I'll just have you killed outright. If you're gonna be that... yeah. If you're gonna believe that kind of rubbish, that... yeah, just quietly execute them. Don't need to threaten the whole family yet. Once your ladyship's wrath descends upon the guilty, have no doubt, there won't be a soul on Dargonis willing to share their fate. And one last thing. Your ladyship, your inauguration as bearer of the Sacred Warrant is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship, of being represented on Dargonis by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, that duty will be accorded to House Drivestem. Ooh, okay. One moment. Which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Alter any traditions. The house will be represented by House Drivestem, House Gaprock, House Sauerbach. Your presumption is wrong. I will bestow honor upon the Wissarians. I don't care, just fight phone over the bone. One moment. Which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonis. The Drivestem family, which I lead, the Gaprock family, which has long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Sauerbachs, known for their piety and service. Perhaps I should also mention Wissarians, who served some influence, but who are not actually of noble origin. Any of these houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. I have to repay him. The man has been taking blows the entire game for me, and has been proving a stalwart and sincere head. Your presumption is wrong. I will bestow this honor upon the Wissarians. Abelard turns to you and bows respectfully. Lord Captain, to accompany you at such a critical hour is the greatest honor of the Wissarian bloodline. Have no fear. We will not fail you. Drivestem tosses Abelard a look that lacks even the smallest shred of respect. Forgive my boldness, But I must remind you that the Wessarians, whose lineage traces back to a navy officer, are not of Dargonis nobility. Such decisions may have adverse effects on your subjects' loyalty, your ladyship. Governor Drivestem's face breaks into a bitter smile. I shall immediately relay you the commands, your most gracious rogue trader. Thank you for your time. That will be all, I take it. Thank you for your time, ladyship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So, major stories. Part of the Shadow... Okay, that's... Yeah, now that's somewhere else. Blades in the Void. Forge a path to Viabos 6. Right, that's the next story. Yeah. Reclaim what was lost. Yeah, because next is the Kiab. Okay. Yep, Kiaba Gamma. Okay. And we only have one more thing to do here. Yeah, other quests, classified information. Yep. Okay. Oh, I missed that. Other quest, there's a critical tab. Okay. There's something on the ship that I need to look at. Okay. We'll take care of that next time we're on the ship. Okay. Alright. Clementia. Okay, nothing new with you. And then Skalandar. Okay. Nope, we're good. Alright, folks. We do have one more place to go. Not to the bridge, but to... Basically, we need to get to the Administratum. Oh. High Factor... terrible news from Dargonis, Lord Captain. A subsidiary Hive City, Scipion 84-249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production is halted, and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surviving residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What's your directive regarding them? What was the cause of the catastrophe? It's still unclear, and noble houses are casting blame on one another. Agents of the esteemed Achilles Scalander, stationed in the city, died heroically while trying to save the population from the disaster. Their final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with the consequence of the crisis to investigate. Right. What say my advisors? The death of the Achilles agents troubles me. It may not be a coincidence. Until the cause of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wasteland between hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of the tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I'm sure that the ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wastelands and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy, a feat of spirit. The noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. And yet, it is their duty to see to it that the planet meets its tithe obligations and bring glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let the aristocrats see to the refugees and not stop until every last one of them has been put to work. Alright. So if we remind the noble houses of their duties, which is Rogue Trader gains a +1 deflection and hit chance. Refugees from the Fallen Hive toil without rest to prove they deserve the honor of serving the Protectorate. These servants have now been tasked with maintaining the Rogue Trader's equipment in perfect condition, and they do so with painstaking care. Alright. Gentility, the Ecclesiarchy does not ignore the laments of the dispossessed. They get efficiency. And Wastelander's Prayer decreases enemy critical damage by 15%, so if they hit me with a crit. Prohibitive Cordons, and we get Bane. Grants the Rogue Trader and their allies +2 momentum for each human enemy killed in battle. Nah. Yeah, no. This is what nobility is for. This is why they're nobles. Sorry, you're gonna have to spend some goddamn money. Abelard, remind the noble houses of their duties. Lady Clementia will ensure that your declarations find their way into every ear and are zealously embraced. The hives have accepted the refugees are now overflowing with surplus labor. The refugees are willing to work twice as hard as the usual workers, who are already exhausted by their everyday toils. Many refugees have entered the Rogue Trader's service and replenished her ship's crew. Dargonus' nobles took no pleasure in distributing the refugees. Some of them have found their way into the personal service of nobles, thankful to receive a Nutribar and a mat to rest on for 4 hours between shifts. Others could only attain the most grueling jobs at the manufactorums and service stations. They may be oppressed, but they have survived. A diaspora of scattered across the hives of Dargonus. Alright. Okay, so we still have more to do. Throne room, and then finally the Administratum. Alright. Okay, so we have... Okay. Okay, there we go. So, we can have a new hive city will be established on the ruins, and that will give us 2 more profit factor and 4 times the population. Ecclesiastum Extatiums for the nobility. A palace extatiums will be constructed on top of the ruins. The dead and dying will fertilize the gardens that will ring these new pleasure chambers. We get cost us people, plasteel, and phlogiston, but we get 2 profit and complacency. Or an emporium. The surviving spine will be rebuilt into a space elevator. It will be capped by an emporium, excepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. We get jewelry, ship components, profit factor, efficacy, and adamantine. Restore the... Yeah. No, honestly, sincerely. No. Yeah, make it an emporium. Alright. So, we do need to go to the Administratum. Oh, Jay has... Right, because Jay has to come along for this. Sure. The Administratum, which is the major area of coordinating, organizing, and monitoring how things are going. Let's see how it's going here. Alright.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Petitioners, yeah. Finery, important folk, I suppose, but it's thrown. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh. Greeting protocol. Welcome to the palace of the Adeptus and the Administratum, your ladyship. Please follow me. Okay. Well, yeah. Normally you'd have to fill out all sorts of paperwork and you have to wait. But checking coordinates. Continue in the direction to reach your designation. Destination. You have been logged. Alright. Manufactor. Okay. And here we have a bunch of goods. Oop. Spotted something else. Chronicle case. The parchment looks grease marked as though it passed through many servants' hands. Okay, this. Yeah, we're good.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
And Master of Seals is the person who is in charge of all the paperwork. An ancient-looking woman in a voluminous robe peers at you critically through her ocular lenses as you ascend into the bowels of your bureaucratic domain. Another noble bypassing the queue under the pretext of just wanted to ask. All you highborn ever want is just to ask. But what about protocol? That's what I'm asking. Who is going to follow protocol? Jay glances at you and whispers, What, so I paid off a few clerks to let us skip the queue, Shavine. Your time is more important to me than any little formalities. Oh, very well. Don't just stand there. You're here now. Or do you think the Master of Seals has nothing better to do than receive unexpected visitors? The old woman beckons over a servo skull floating nearby. Begin entry, current hour, current turn, current cycle, 41st millennium. Metal manipulators immediately begin feverishly clacking in dictation. Tell me about yourself. I am the law, and I oversee order in this section of the Coronis Expanse, as well as on the worlds of the Von Valancius Protectorate, in accordance with ancient covenants made with your ancestors. I hold the power to grant petitioners what they seek to punish criminals for failing to carry out the Imperium's will. Jay continues to whisper, She's ancient enough. Look at herself. She's a bona fide living mummy. Well, my companion wishes to obtain a Mercatum Tabula Official. The Master of Seals peers over her ocular lenses at Jay in disbelief, then she looks at you. I take it you are her sponsor? In any case, you must submit a written application in conformity with template 404.01, as well as written permission for the processing and notarization of her personal data of your most sacred personage. Without it, I cannot issue Mistress Haydari. Mistress Haydari, the form or collecting the seals required to obtain the Mercatum Tabula Official, the certificate of an official trade representative. At these words, Staccarin smiles drops from Jay's face. Seals? What seals? We will discuss that when Rephlin von Valancius has prepared the primary documentation. Abelard lets out a stoic sigh and rolls his eyes. You get the feeling that this is not his first personal interaction with the Administratum bureaucracy, nor is it his successful. Alright. Nope. I'm the sort of rogue trader. When we were told we were in a sewer and there was a switch to open the door, everyone's like, I'm not jumping in the sewer water. I jumped in. I will do the paperwork. The perfectly sharpened quill scratches pleasantly on the parchment, but for the first few minutes, the obfuscatory phrasing, footnotes, amendments, you are forced to write out the same details over and over, about you, the Protectorate, Theodora von Valancius, Jay, and then also every living person who bears your family name. If you do not know all the required information, you must complete supplementary forms. An hour later. The Master of Seal nods in approval and stows the scroll into a tube labeled with your name. Next is the consent form for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Alright. Another hour. The scroll is whipped away into another tube by the Master of Seals. Protocol executed. Application received. Processed. Approved. The servo skull scribe taps out each word after its mistress's pronouncement. Oh, come on, esteemed Damar. What's that you were saying about seals? The old woman unhurriedly holds out a printed scroll to Jay. Here is your document, Mistress Haydari. Unfortunately, it does not have yet the legal force. I can certify it as a Mercatum Tabula Officiale once it has received 2 seals of approval. They are easy to obtain. In the Imperium Court Administratum servitors that have been handling such tasks for over 50 years. There is one such servitor here on Dargonis in the Rogue Trader's Palace. The second is a duty bound to keep its seal in the Telecos Epsilon system. Find the administrative servitors and have them place 2 seals of approval. The goal is clear. The Master of Seals nods with satisfaction. Please do return once you have prepared the documents. So yes, we even have to go so far. Yeah, so we even have to go so far.
I always have a backup plan.
Yeah, so we have to go so far as go the whole way back to fucking... Oh man, dusty note. There. So 2 hours of paperwork, and Jay, you're almost there. We just have to get back to the... Yeah, now we need to get back into the... So we still need to find the one single servo skull here on Dargonis, and then at some point, when we go the whole fucking way... Oi. Alright. Alright. Real quick. We're here. We'll take care of this. Get the first seal, so all we have to do is handle the second one. Which won't be easy, but it is possible. Okay. So there's a particular servo skull we need to find. Okay. Herald servo skull. Nope. Herald servo skull. Nope. Alright. Alright. So let's see. Servitor. So we're looking for an Administratum skull. Yeah, no, these are all... So I imagine... Alright. I imagine they're in the palace, but just to be sure, Herald, yeah. Alright. Alright. These servo skulls. Okay. Herald, okay. Just making sure. Alright. Okay, so it must be in the palace. Okay. Must be in the palace itself. I figured, what the hell, just try that. Try and make 100% sure. Alright. Because there's one for the seal for Jay, and then... Aristocat. Alright. Alright. Warden. Alright. Oh, hey, there's another good here. More goodies. Oh, did I never open this door? Ah. Oh, it gives us a shot of the planet, I assume. The towering heights of the massive populations we're in charge of. Just to give you a sense of scale. Alright. So, I imagine the skull I'm looking for is up here. In the meeting room. Harold, yeah. Oh. I got keys. Nice. Alright. Oh. Mistress Haydari, my patience is not easily exhausted, but you are very, very close. I shall repeat. I missed that. I can see the family resemblance with Abelard now. You cannot see farther than your own nose, my dear. Oh, boy. Your ladyship, I apologize for the ugly scene, but I must ask that you rein in Mistress Haydari and put a stop to her inflammatory actions towards me. As exalted one as my witness, Shireen, I have tried everything I could spare you any unnecessary headache over the seals for the Mercatum Tabula Officio. I even showed this aide with a temper worse than a sandstorm the certificate that with your signature, but the Chancellor merely kept batting me away with her flail of baseless denials. I suspect that the reason for this has nothing to do with my humble personage. Clementia purses her lips and glowers at Jay. Oh no, this isn't about me at all. Jay narrows her eyes as she peers into Clementia's face until the latter finally looks away. I see. Well, Chancellor, will you tell us yourself, or should I help you? Whatever is the matter, Mistress Wassarian? I am afraid that my words may anger your ladyship. Clementia lowers her head in shame, as if offering it up to be removed from her shoulders. The seal you are looking for was lost over a quarter of a century ago. Her ladyship, Theodora von Valancius, ordered a new one to be delivered from the Imperium, but, as you well know, we are a long way from Holy Terra. And with the warp storms ravaging the Coronis expanse, we have been unable to receive a replacement to this day. I presume the one responsible was punished promptly and harshly? Oh, rest assured, Theodora von Valancius ordered to have the malefactor dealt with accordingly. Servitude in perpetuis, your ladyship. He now performs his duties in the Imperium without reservation or error. However, she refers to her data slate, one of the worlds under Caligos Winterscale's rule, like Dargonis, was granted the honor of keeping the sacred sigils of the Administratum. The archives of House von Valancius mention 3 systems that are presently under control of House Winterscale. Those would be the Forgotten Twins, Landgren's Belt, and the Nameless Star. I'm confident that the Administratum Palace is located on one of those planets there. we have a better chance of finding the seal in the pocket of some rich collector or fence on a remote world owned by one of your rivals, Serene. I suggest we make contact with any traders we may encounter on our travels. People in my line of work tend to have a good eye for such things. There is every possibility that someone has waited their whole life to fleece to return the great relic to its rightful owner. There is something I must discuss with the Chancellor in private. Oh, by all means, Celine. I dare not waste any more of the precious balm that is your time on my matters related to me, if I may excuse myself. I do need to certify this Mercatum. Could it be that you found the lost seal, your ladyship? Or perhaps you brought a copy? Not yet. Okay. Okay. So we need to get it on one of those 3 worlds. Okay. Alright, so we have our quest there. Nothing else on... Then contracts. Oh, wow. Okay. So we could get some more money, basically. Contracts are basically sell off goods for... So, for Promethium... we could purchase 10 provisions. Not particularly big on that. Race to the top for adamantine for chemicals and people. Purchase more provisions. 4 people for promethium and chemicals. Okay. Feast for the soul, provisions for complacency. Plasteel for mechanisms and people. That I absolutely will take. Yeah. Lashing in the void, security for extra promethium. Okay. Now that I have mechanisms, 4 population for promethium and chemicals. Actually, I will take that one. Alright. And 2 for... We have plenty for food, but we're been pretty good on... Okay. Then from colony management, Fallstone is currently working on one. It was Janus, right? Yeah, Cabela Biologis allows us to... The Megos Biologist, custodians of Janus' sacred irrigation plants, has taken an interest in the unique substance discovered on the planet. Okay, and that gets us... Right, the really good med kit. Getting a 5 med kit here. Okay, yeah. Gets us some more efficiency. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, we'll take that. Then on Dargonis, we're still working on the Emporium, right? Okay, so everything's good there, so... Void Ship Bridge. Alright, folks. So, we've done everything we can in this system, and up to here. Though apparently there's also a fuel lever I missed. So let's take a look around the ship, around the bridge. Because there's a switch that needs to be hit. Okay. So let's see, there's a fuel. There we go. Activate control panel. Alright. Fuel system analysis of progress. Result, no failures to indicate system operational. And... let's see, that was under Critical tasks. Okay. Calibrate the Vox. Oh, okay. The calibration. Meet with them. Okay. So now I need to talk to the master of. Okay. Basically, to get the ship in running condition. Yeah. Master of Vox. He's up here, I believe. Bridge officer. Where is he? Yeah, okay. Boxmaster Vigdis. When you approach, Victus pulls out away from the fine-tuning another box and bows her head. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. My personal log states that the ship's Vox system is malfunctioning. Can you explain? Lord Captain, the Vox Master is caught off guard by your question. It takes her a moment to find the words. The Vox system is functioning as expected and no communication problems have been reported by any crew. Please allow me to check the system's calibration settings in your presence to alleviate any concerns you may have about its performance. The Voxmaster's thin fingers dart between hundreds of wires and cables on the control panel, flipping switches and turning dials. She issues the commands and methodically checks the lines of communication with the crew on every deck. At last, accompanied by the sound of static, the cracking of her Vox, and the flickering of her signaling lights, the dance of her hands concludes. All finished, Captain. No issue detected. The system is working as expected. Thank you for your service, Mistress Toyman. Lord Captain, she offers an unusually deep bow, likely using it to mask her confusion. So somebody's fucking with me in my... yeah. The Forgotten Twin system. Yeah, okay, somebody's fucking with me in my goddamn quest menu. This is cute. This is the kind of shit I absolutely adore. Is when they know the way that... That's one of the things I love Owlcat games, because they can and will fuck with the player as much as they will the characters. And this is hilarious, because they're just going through going, well, no, there's something wrong, and you're just and if you're just following along mindlessly, yeah, certain matters that demand the rogue trader's attention. This is hidden, so this is probably some kind of secondary hidden quest that has a cutoff point. Alright, so we could sell the Promethium. Yeah, I don't feel the need. Okay. Basically, it's a question of, are you paying attention? Alright. So this is a hidden... Alright. But, with all that said, let's head out of our system. Okay. The palace. Oh, I assume that's... yeah, that's for when we finish up all the other quests. Alright. Back out to the Coronis Expanse, because we've got more places to be. Alright. So we've managed to make it. And there's... yeah, there's more places we can get. Yeah, plenty of places to go. Okay, Kronok, I believe, is where Kiava Gamma is. So, and the routes we have so far for Abundus, yeah, Telcos, Epsilon. Okay, chart new routes. Let's see how we would get from point A to point B. Okay, so... ooh. As you can see here... Yeah. There's a broken route that would lead west. But it looks like there's some more places up here north. Sure. We'll. Alright. We'll make it easier and head this way. Uncharted system, Narmer 4. Alright. Ooh. Alright. We're over there on the right-hand side. Hostile object signature. Then planets. Okay. You know what? We haven't done any combat recently. Let's see what the hostile object is. Alright, folks. Let's see it. How bad is it? It's a full fucking fleet that just shreds us in a single turn. Okay. Cobra class destroyer. Ow. 3 ships it looks like? Yeah. Alright. Well, we finally took some actual damage, so... Okay. Let's see. Alright. Starboard. Yeah, let's get Cobra class. Alright. Ooh. Nice nasty hit on that one. Good chance to finish him off. Nice. Alright. Then I'm going to go after the Viper class destroyer up here. Nice. Then we are going to... Yeah, move up. And too far. Okay, move up. Okay, there we go.
Make every shot count.
Nice. And the ram. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Alright. That one's running around. Torpedoes are going to take a long time. Yep. They're on my front shields. Okay. Alright. Let's switch up and go... let's go... Yeah, new heading. Yep. So I have a new heading able to go... Yep. Basically, I'm able to move at a far sharper turn than I'm supposed to normally. And... Yep. Nice. Dorsal missiles for the finish. Nice. Okay. Reset shields. Nah, we should be fine. Alright. Alright, that sucks, but not the worst. Torpedoes aren't going to be an issue. Yeah. I'm enjoying it. I mean, naval combat is always kind of awkward in most of these games, so. Alright, starboard. Start with that shot. I mean, it builds off of your characters, so I can't really complain too much. And going to new heading again. Oh, perfect. Alright. Yep. Yeah, that new heading is so powerful, letting us have that. Alright. And go ahead and finish him off. There we go. And picked up a couple trophies. Just some ancient machinery. Okay. Okay. Besides, we haven't had any... It's nice, it breaks up things, and it keeps the space travel interesting. Alright. Hull repair. 26 units of scrap. Yeah, we got 50 out of it, so... We're good there. Would like to improve our hulls some more. Got 124. The RAM. Yeah, we'll do the 65 on the RAM. Okay. Well, now let's go explore what planet they were on. Nothing. Okay. Ooh, new type of world. Ocean world. Ooh. Alright. Well, let's see. Not explored. The Archaeotech Mechanism Fragment. A surviving piece of an Archaeotech mechanism of unknown purpose. Discovered among the wreckage of an ancient Imperial vessel on one of the planets in Narmer 4. Alright. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't know if this game can give me a game over, but we'll see. Do I care about the... I might as well. There's no point in not. I have enough extractiums to not worry about it too much. And provisions keep our people fed, so whatever. Ooh, something else new. Traces of meteorite. Ooh, the ship's augurs have detected a non-native mineral on the cluster on the planet's surface, probably the remains of an ancient asteroid shower. The substance is valuable, but collecting it will not be easy. The asteroid sits right above numerous underground caverns. The ancient tunnels and vaults are incredibly unstable, and would likely not bear the weight of a large group of humans, let alone a shuttle. Ooh. 55%. I won't risk it. I'm not risking... No, I'm not risking it. We will pick up the phlogiston, though. I'll take that. I'm not risking my people on something that hard. So, alright. Back out into the Coronis Expanse and continuing to explore. Alright. Alright, so... Now here's an interesting thing. It's extremely dangerous, but we could also take the safer route. But there are also... These are all the winter scale systems that we could check as well. I mean... Alright, reduce warp. You know what? Go ahead. Uncharted, save the Aldari survivors. Right, this is one of the ones we agreed to. It's one of the systems we agreed to help. Yep. Lord Captain, Drukari ships are patrolling the system. The likelihood of slipping past their patrols unnoticed is close to zero. Okay. Well, then there's a real simple solution to being close to zero. You get past the ship. No notice the nearest Drukari ships attack at once. Get ready, the others. The ship's crew is up to the challenge. Easy. We're here to save people anyway, so best way to do that is to walk in, kick some heads in, and go, "Hey, motherfuckers, time to die." Easy. Being a distraction. Alert, the Drukari blocked some of your flagship's posts. Using an unknown Xenos powers, your crew will gain proposed several rounds. Okay. So you are limited. Let's see how bad it goes. Alright. Yep. Okay, well, you're on the port side gun, so we'll start with that. Then add the dorsal firepower.
Macro cannon. Open fire.
And okay, so then from there, all right. Let's dive straight in. Yeah. All right. Nice. All right. And then, okay, so I'll move here. Yeah. That way I can use the starboard gun on you. And the front cannon, just barely. Okay, and then up here. Yeah. Alright, we fired everything we got. More arriving, of course. Yep. Alright. Alright, they're only able to do chip damage so far. And the Citra class. Okay. They haven't been doing much damage so far, so we may be able to take them. We'll see. It'll be our turn momentarily. Okay. Alright, we'll start with the starboard guns. Nice. Okay. Then alright. Port side. Alright. And then we'll use our ability to turn around. Then adjust.
Engage the engine!
And okay. Hey, Wister. And nothing else I can do with those. Dorsals, yeah, it's way too far. Okay. Actually, doesn't that give me range? Yeah. So let's see. Perfect. Just enough to get maybe this one gone. Come on, hit. Thank you. Alright, one less ship. Well, basically more so. The Drukhari had set up a trap in this system, and I just decided to walk in and piss them all off at once. Because we're supposed to be saving the Eldari, the regular elves, from them, and it's one of those cases where, well, they apparently intended for me to try and sneakily get through, or I can just walk in, knock on the front door, and tell them to get the fuck out. So far, this has been my solution, and, well, we're suffering for it. But they don't do a lot of dart damage overall. Alright. But they're wearing me down. Alright. Oof. Yeah, they're wearing me down alright. Okay, so dorsal. Yeah. Okay. So starboard, port cannons. Try and finish off that one. There we go. Alright. Dorsal. Alright. Alright. So let's go. Yeah, because starboard. Well, I can at least try and hit them from here. Yep. Alright. And I can at least switch up our new heading. Okay. So I can at least do a 90-degree turn. Alright. Get rid of this. Oh. I forgot. Okay. Being too close does damage you. Right. I failed. Okay. Hey, my first death. My first death. Okay. Okay. So, proving that, yes, you can't just be completely reckless. Okay. I'm personally content with that. Alright. Alright. Now, let's take a look at what I actually have. When a vessel enters the anomalous zone, its shields are fully restored and their strength increased. Maneuverability, speed, hit chance, and range down 3. And same thing here, yeah. So hey, it's almost like this one's more about maneuverability. Okay. So Alright. Yeah, I died, but that's... Yeah, we're actually going to have to apply some strategy and not just brute force it. I know, terrible, isn't it? Alright. So then I'm going to move up. Then... Yep. Okay, we'll get you. I vary. Then I'm gonna go up here. I like strategy, but there's time and place for everything. I mean, I'm also a Souls fan lover, so... Because I love story and myth, story and tales, so... Alright. Then we're gonna be moving in towards... Yep. Oh yeah, and add the starboard firepower. Nice. Okay. Alright, there's the second reinforcements coming. Okay. Yep. It depends. Like, I'm enjoying this story. Yep. I'm enjoying this story, so it's one of those things of, yeah, it can be clunky, but it is also one of those things of, yeah. Alright. Right, and they're moving in, but they should only be able to... Man, they've got so much movement. Okay. So, yeah. Alright. Okay. So from here... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Alright. And dorsal... Let's say, just trying to get...
Open fire.
Really? Okay, we'll start aiming for that. So we'll go there. Go ahead and get the guns out.
Let them taste our fury.
There we go. Ugh. Hate having to be that close, but I need to get into the mist here. Okay. Hopefully that'll help us survive another round. Alright. Because unfortunately the Drakari ships are faster than us. Okay. Alright. Alright. Destroyer, destroyer. Okay. Yeah, our shields are getting real bad. Okay. Yeah. Part of this is just we are not... Yeah, we... Yep. Okay, so first thing we can do is switch over to having a 90 degrees. Yeah. Okay, I can't hit any of them from where we are. Yep. So let's go deeper into the storm and turn around. Alright. dorsal just short. Yeah. Okay. And then the other thing we can do is probably reset the shields. Initiate the process of restarting shields. Shields will be restored at the start. Flagship's next turn. And we'll need the full firing. Yeah. 5 rounds left. Oh, wow. Okay, no, and there's even more reinforcements. Oh, we truly fucked up by doing this. Okay. No, okay, no, there's no way we can win this. Okay. Well, now we know. Okay. So let's see. Is there a load from... Alright. Let's see. Let's go for autosave. Yeah. Yep. Let's see where autosave 2 is. When we first arrived in the system, maybe? Nope. Okay, no, so those are all... Okay. So then, quick save 1 on the bridge. Okay. Okay, so yeah, no. On the bridge at least pulls us all the way back to being able to avoid the, Okay. So yeah, no, there's no way we can win that. Not in the current situation. Alright. The Coronis Expanse map. Because this is after I did... Yep, Forgotten Twin Star System. Okay. And this is why you save often, folks. Okay. Yep. Oh no, this is back when we still hadn't... Okay. Okay, so... Unfortunately, we lost a few minutes of exploration, so off we go. Alright, well, since we know what the Narme system had, we'll take the safer route here first. The warp jump went surprisingly smoothly. None of the deck officers on duty reported any incidents. However, a strange discovery awaited Lord Captain when she returned to her quarters. The bed was unmade, and the impression of a head still visible on the pillow. There was no other signs of intrusion. The guards swore under oath that nobody entered the Lord Captain's quarters. The Immaterium released us from its grip this time. So, something had been laying in my bed. Or... Well, alright. Well, whatever it was. Check the planets. Begin scans. Nothing. Okay. Gas giant. And... Oh, there's something here. Bones in the desert. After analyzing the auger data, the officers were surprised to discover that the planets once covered with oceans. Long ago, an unknown cataclysm caused the seas to dry out and return the world to a lifeless desert. The most amazing discovery of all was the skeletal remains of a colossal oceanic organism. Some large enough to be seen from orbit. Okay. Nothing more than a cultural touchstone, I take it. Okay. And here? Nothing. And finally... Yep, nah. Burning World. Okay, so literally nothing. Oh, didn't mean to go back. I meant to pull up the Coronis Expanse, not the bridge. Okay, no I did. Okay. Well. Chart new routes. Alright. We can take the safe route. Call for help has pierced the tranquility of an uneventful warp flight. Something sinister is afoot on one of the storage decks. 2 squads have already been sent to investigate, and both of them have gone missing. Alas, the only way to learn of their fate is a personal visit by the rogue trader and her retinue. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, what's coming down to piss me off? Alright. So what's it this time? Gas ghost?
To be made.
Well, lots of corpses. Hey, Nurgle monsters. The Plague Bearers. Okay. Alright, folks. Cassia, you're over here. Argenta. Yeah, just get over here for now. I'll be over here. Pascal, you're up front. And Abelard. And Irliet, you're a sniper, so, yep. Okay. Cassia, go ahead and set up your front line. Mid, back line. That's over here. And rear, go ahead and give that to Argenta. And from there, Waking Nightmare. No way to hit both. Go ahead, give Abelard the buff. Stronghold stratagem. Yep. And bring it down on Irliet. Yeah, okay. In which case, yeah, just Waking Nightmare. And Glimpse of Fate. Okay, nah. Just go for a shot. Yep. Nice. Okay. Well, machine. Nice. Alright, this shouldn't take too long. Alright. So we want to do bolter, area shot. Of course. Followed by there. Yep, go ahead. Nice. Alright. First stack of versatility. Okay. None. Furious Recital. Just get that. Alright, Abelard. Honestly, not much I really need you to move. I just need you to start putting holes in the bastard. Yeah. Endure. And keep them both focused on him. Then Bulwark. Iliad. So we start hemorrhaging this prick.
Stop trying, monkey.
Okay. Nice. Alright. Second shot. And, of course, Plagued Undead. Of course. Because just killing stuff in fucking... Because, as ever, when dealing with the forces of chaos, it's never enough to just fucking kill something. Alright, and if that's still alive, get a free shot on it at the start of your next turn. Meantime... I'm just gonna shotgun it. Oh, okay, I can wipe it. Yep, and that's why I keep a shotgun handy. Then go ahead and bring it down, Argenta. And that's why I technically I'm a oh, my main character. Oh, if you were curious, Reflin von Valancius. Let's see, where are the archetypes? Okay. A Voidborn Sanctioned Psyker had the Apex of Brilliance, Shadow of Torment. I started as an officer, and I'm training as a Master Tactician now. Basically, I had built... And my only real psychic abilities are utility of Psychic Shriek and Sensory Deprivation. I basically render them blind, disabled, and shotgun them down. I'm very much a utilitarian sort of person. Though I still need to up my Psychic rank next one of these levels. Okay, anyway. Let's see. Okay, go ahead and let's get the bolter going. And alright, shred that. Yeah, shred this one. Alright, and start getting ready to fire. Alright, it's time to put some bullets in some idiots. Yep. There we go. Alright, how many more corpses are getting up? Well, at least this one will be a nice easy kill. Okay. And let's see, I can't do any more there. But... how many corpses got up? Not too many. Yeah, this will be a quick cleanup. And go ahead and Plagued Undead, just sensory deprivate so it can't tell where the hell it is. Then next turn that Iliad gets... next turn Iliad gets more abilities, AP, so that she can... Nope, this is actually back on our ship. This is back on our vessel. This is just one of the many endless corridors and central areas that just, well, we sent 2 crews of guardsmen in, and unfortunately, none of them came back. Which told us, well, there's something here, so we brought the crew in to clean it out. They're undead. they were two monsters of the they were called plague bearers. They're monsters of the basically corrupted humans that served a chaos god by the name of Nurgle. Nurgle is the chaos god of rot and decay. So killing his stuff kind of just does nothing. Because they just get back up. And all these rotten corpses around here are getting resurrected. So, yeah. I believe you mentioned something about a zombie apocalypse earlier. That's Nurgle. This is actually fairly common when dealing with the chaos stuff. Alright. Oh, yay. Plagued undead, yeah. Okay. Well, Cassia. What can I do? Now that's gonna hurt me a lot. Earliet, yeah. This is the downside. Cassia is one of our most devastating. Well, that's the thing. Doesn't quite work. Alright. You know what? Can you... Nah, she's nowhere near strong enough to really beat them to death. Okay. You know what? She'll just have to take a hit. Yeah. Yeah, get her out of range. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and just psychic pop these guys.
If you insist.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So there we go. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The servo skulls actually aren't that vulnerable because they are sanctified against the chaos gods, so Nurgle doesn't get as much out of it as you think he would. Alright. Might gonna pop another shotgun round, get rid of you. Fuck you. Okay. There, that makes things a little easier. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Let's see. What's left? Yeah, all the enemies left are... You know what? Everyone's got a shot on him. Go ahead. Okay. Cassia... Yeah, we're good. Okay, Argenta. Gonna take the sniper rifle out. Revel in blood, so she gets more revel in slaughter. Sniped. Let's see. Can you get him? Yep. Love it. Then switch over to the other. Yep. Running gun. And go ahead and area to finish this one off. Alright. Yeah, plus to get her away from this other one. Okay. And yeah. Abelard just keeps swinging. Anyone else you can okay, and you can then charge into this one. Wow! Undead that actually could parry. Impressive. Alright, endure. And bulwark and hold your line. Iliad. Let's see. Let's see. Aim for the opening. And accurate shot. Snipe. Yep. Yeah. Just to make sure that one stays dead. That one's dead. Then hemorrhage. This one over here.
Will not.
Oh, he's too far away. Okay, he got hit, so he'll be bleeding out. And then Iliad. Too far away. Okay. Well, if it's somehow, it's not going to make it to your turn, so better off just analyze. And perfect spot. They'll come after us. Oh, actually, I can get it. Well, I got plenty of ammo left. And press the advantage, so I do more damage.
Another enemy down.
Nice. Okay. So, looks like the only one left is this one over here. Oh, that one and the other one. Pascal says no. Oh god, you are so fucked, dude. Oh, this is really sad. Pascal I've built as one of my main frontliners. And he has his big ultimate attack ready. Oh, I'm almost sad that I'm just gonna melee him regular. Because it's not necessary. Alright, last move. And you get parried. Oh yeah, more of them get... Right, more of them are up. Yep, there are plenty of corpses around, so unfortunately it's one of those. They're just gonna keep coming. Alright, any behind us this time? No, looks like the only ones are over there, in the corner, and the two... Okay. Alright, so Cassia... If I do this and give her big attack... Nope, still not enough range. Okay. Down they go. Okay. Alright. And... yeah, go ahead and see if Earlia can get a free shot. Ideal. Wonder if she... yeah, no, she can only get one or the other, so go for the one in the back. Thank you. Oh. Okay, we're good. Cassia's good. Argenta. Can you see this dumbass? Oh, you can. Yeah, go ahead. Nice. Ah, damn, that sucks. Revel and Slaughter. Okay. So... Wildfire. Yep. Alright. Then move and shoot. And honestly, she can see this one. Alright, so that one's gone. Abelard. Yep. Just keep chopping, man.
I took care of this one.
Thank you. And go ahead and charge into this one.
It will be done.
Alright. You know what? Fine. Daring breach. Alright, fuck him up. Yeah, let's just end this quick.
A tactically sound approach.
Yep. And there we go. Move over.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, the ultimate on Abelard here as a warrior is basically gives him
I will do my
extra attacks, and he doesn't trigger attacks of opportunity when he moves. In addition to giving him a goddamn ridiculous amount of movement. Yep. Parried, blocked. Iliad, go ahead for the accurate attack. Don't miss. Sniped.
I am not your...
There we go.
I always keep my options open.
Oh no, there's more of them. Okay. We were so successful, we actually managed to halt for a second. Okay. There's still some left. Whoops. Okay. But we get a chance to put everyone into new tactical positions, so... Not that this matters much. Pascal... Abelard, you can go here. Iliad. In all truth, I'm just going to put her up on the top of the stairs. Not even in cover, just at the top of the stairs so she can see further. Cassia. You're good there. Yeah, in all truth, Argenta's just next to me. Okay. Cassia gets to reset up her her position, so front line, back line, combat tactic areas cannot overlap. So, yeah. And of course her rear is here. Okay. Let's see. Strength, yeah, stratagem. Then, who gets what? Alright, so you have Abelard to reset on his buffs. Then, have Argenta. Me?
I'm afraid not.
Okay, in which case, then we'll just do Unblinking Eye. Lidless Stare, yeah, softens them up. And Waking Nightmare. Just to debuff them, and we'll call it good. Alright, Argenta. Pop. Yeah, so Argenta, go ahead and get that. Wow, she missed! Oh no, sorry folks, I just had to check. Someone dear to me Just sending me a video. Alright. Alright, so then we'll do run and shoot. Run and gun. Mostly just so we can do area shot to... Yep. You'll love to see it.
Doubt is for the weak.
Alright. Well, this'll be funny. Pop that one. Yeah, that was just an easy. Then this should kill this one. Yep. And then put more weakness on you.
Understand your intent.
And if you somehow survive... Yeah, I can't really see him officially. Okay, if you somehow survive... Sorry about that, folks. I have allergies and, well, they flare up from time to time. Thankfully, it's nothing I'm allergic to is too terrifying. Just pollen and animal dander. Which is one of those, yeah, it sucks. But it doesn't really... Alright.
Your end was inevitable.
Love that. Then Argenta, go ahead and bring it down. Alright. Alright. Any more? Nope, looks like that's actually it. Okay. So we managed to clean out all the undead out of our basement. On vileness and salvation. Okay, people, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what is likely a treatise on Nurgle's philosophy. The yellowed pages of this tattered pamphlet give off a sickly sweet smell of rot. The universe is drenched in foul blood and rampant profligacy. Disgrace, immorality, and lies permeate the very air around every world. Agony, suffering, and pain thrive within us. Submit, repent, and accept your fate, to live and die in vileness and villainy. This omnipresent sickness pierces the void that stretches between the suns and worlds. All of existence, however perpetual or unshakable as it may seem, will one day witness its demise and turn to dust. The cities of today will become the ruins of tomorrow. The rosy-cheeked maiden will turn into a filthy hag, and the soldier who walks the battlefield for the first time will forever stay there, sinking into the bloody, decaying mass of countless others. But open yourself to the truth. If depravity, filth, and vileness are eternal and all-encompassing, then they are the things worth bowing to. And therein lies our hope. By resigning ourselves to the rotten deformity of existence and embracing all of its profanity, we can be honest and sincere with our nature. We can evade the doom of oblivion and become one with eternity. Having trodden through all of the world's putrescence and recognized its morbid and irredeemable wretchedness, we can perceive the soft and curative warmth of the true, most merciful of faiths. And thus, at the last, we can discover the path to salvation, into the caring embrace of the great unclean one, to his rotting and all-accepting heart, where there is a place for any true believer. This is the philosophy of Nurgle. Give up. Everything sucks. Don't resist. Just accept the horrific problems of disease.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yep. So, yeah. Alright. Just making sure we got everything. But yeah. That's the philosophy behind it. Submit, accept, and become and rot away. It's not great. It's filthy, it's disgusting, and it's horrible. Oh, Janus has finished their colony development. So let's look into that. I bring woeful news, Lord Captain. Prelate Hecatarius of the Order of the Hammer has passed away. During the Great Purge conducted by the righteous of Foulstone, a den of subhuman deviants was uncovered. The prelate personally led the purge, sustained a grievous wound, and died the next planetary turn. On his deathbed, he was granted a vision where Saint Cognatius was reincarnated in a body made from a saint's holy relics. The Order's elders believe this to be a sign that Saint Cognatius's relics, currently stored on the planet throughout the expanse, must be brought together. The Order is preparing for the election of a new prelate, under whose guidance it will undertake this holy mission. The majority of the votes are divided between Prioress Lugnalia, well known for her fervor, and the merciful cellarer Tychon. The minority of the Order sees the Oikonomos Nigmus, a humble and reasonable man, as their prelate. Alright. So we have to choose who we back for the next head of the Order. Alright, so does Prelate Hecatarius' death not strike you as odd? I'm afraid it does not. The esteemed Hecatarius began his service as a battle missionary, and has long grown weary of the peaceful life befitting a man of his status. There was nothing strange about his wounds. He could have recovered from such injuries 30 years ago, but not now. And how does the Order intend to carry out St. Cognatius' mission? The Conclave aims to procure all the relics that once belonged to the St. Cognatius, all that could possibly be procured, given that the saint is a legendary figure and many items in the Coronis Expanse have alleged connection to him. However, it seems unlikely that any of the relics' owners will be eager to part with them. The answer to the question of how the Order of the Hammer is going to retrieve them depends on the identity of its next prelate. Okay, so we have to dictate that. Alright, let me know. Prioress Lugnalia was converted by Hecatarius on one of the heathen worlds. She then served as his bodyguard for many years and eventually became a protector of the Order's reliquary and the leader of its military branch. As for Brother Tychon, he is an aristocrat by birth. He had an excellent education and could have lived in luxury had he not renounced the secular life for the sake of the ascetic vows. He is intelligent, thoughtful, well-read, and most importantly, genuinely merciful. Few things can be said about the Oikonomos Nigmus. He has never been famous for his prowess in battle or his sermons, but the monastery has never wanted for anything on his watch. He's a most reasonable and unobtrusive individual. Alright, and what will my companions say? I have sympathy for the Prioress Lugnalia. Let her meet with Reverend Hieronymus on football. Should he accept her as a worthy leader, we ought to support her. A careful and sensible Oikonomos sounds like a safer bet to me than a fanatic or a clever aristocrat. The voices say that he has a few paltry secrets, and knowledge of those secrets guarantees us his loyalty. Brother Tychon, he and I met way back when he was called Tychon Drivestem. Oh, he's from that family. He wasn't a monk back then. He was a grandson and heir to the Urband, governor of Dragonis, an honorable young man with a spark in his eyes. His ascension would mean much to Drivestems. Okay. So Lugnalium would get me more rep with the Drusians, which is the religious order. Abelard provided their kin. Yeah. Adira uncovers some of Enigmas' little secrets. I need an obedient prelate. So basically, I'm not taking the drive. I would love to put the drive stem, but when I oust his family and fucking probably chop his father's head off, it's going to be an issue. So even if he's renounced his family, I'm still going to probably end up cutting his dad's head off. So Dira, having an obedient prelate sounds really good. Yeah, no, I'm going to go. I need a... Yep. Security and a prop. Yeah. Adira uncovers some of Enigmas' little secrets. I need an obedient prelate. The voices will tell me where to look. There we go. Brother Nigmus has been chosen as the prelate of the Order of the Hammer. His careful policy is far more oriented towards satisfying the rogue trader than successfully collecting St. Cognatius's relics. Adira's investigation uncovered no egregious crimes in Nigmus' past, but it did reveal a few minor but less than virtuous faults. The new prelate will agree to anything keeping his secrets hidden. Alright. So we got the Bonfire of the Righteous done. So now we can add... What else do we got? Okay, so we could add Thousand-Faced Relic. Hallowed Railway. Ooh. Glorious mag train loaded with relics that runs across Foulstone, carrying the light of faith to every corner. Yeah, sure. And that gets me the Requiem Mater, which is... Whenever the wearer kills a target with a melee attack, all enemies at 2-cell range suffer 5 mental damage. Okay. Yeah, no, I absolutely will take that. Yep, that's our next one. If for nothing else than having the I inflict psychic damage. Okay. Troubling news has arrived from Janus, your ladyship. While digging in an irrigation ditch, workers found a xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It is almost like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many of the logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visit the uncontrolled territory are the wretches fleeing deeper in the region and in greater numbers. The observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. The Chem Princes are hastily summoning militias and getting ready to start the purifying crusade. They await ladyship's blessing. Alright. So, isolate the region and commence research. We must understand what we are dealing with. Okay, so we could... How are the wretches involved exactly? We do not know. It is as if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into afflicted territory. Some were stopped by the watchmen, appointed by your order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. Permission to advise granted. I await your proposals. Janus's natural world is rising up? It is a lucky coincidence that the planet boasts experts who specialize in both controlling and destroying life. Reports from the Magos Biologist Chapel make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction, but I have no doubt they possess some. They always do. I see no reason not to let them use whatever they against all this, whatever it is. Deployment of fortified research stations in affected sectors is recommended. The benefit gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate against Hmong personnel. The wretches do not know more about this pestilent growth than we do, and something must be done to quickly rectify. We should capture some of these mutants and force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what it is we're dealing with. So, if we get Janus Warlord, which is... Rogue Trader gains plus 10 fellowship, weapon skill, and ballistic skill. Jesus. Set up a research outpost. Audacity of Janus torpedo launchers capable of firing 4 Eldari supersonic torpedoes with 22. Okay. Isolate the region, start rounding up the wretches. Blessing of the Warp Spider. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy, scores a critical hit, they gain plus 2 movement points. Nah. Yeah, no. I'm gonna be the bastard. Because when we were last on Janus, we were seeing a lot of corruption of the plants, flora, and fauna. So, let's just burn. It's going to upset... Now, here's the thing. It's going to upset Earliet. The audacity of Janus. You know what? No, set up a research outpost. Yeah. Study it, and then we can always blow it up later. May the Omnissiah be merciful to the souls of those who will give their lives in the name of obtaining knowledge. The scouts who ventured in the heart of the afflicted region discovered ancient Xenos creations emerging from the ground. The jungle reacted to the incursion by expanding and swallowing up some of the neighboring agri-complexes. Fortified observation stations were set up on the largest clusters of the ruins. The priceless data and artifacts collected there were paid with the lives of many watchmen who fought against the onslaught of Janus's enraged wilds. Alright. So... Alright, next thing... So, to build anything else, I need more Drusian, Casabolica, or... Plasteel, Promethium. I have all that. The following must be completed in the Protectorate Giants. Huh. Oh, but we can do something else on rank 3. Blocks monstrous... Project Monstrous Servants. The inhabitants of the Janus are restless. The Adeptus Mechanicus is ready to run experiments on the serfs that turn them into obedient, battle-ready genetic deviants. So we can either make fortresses or Janus is restless. The populace may be turning agri-complexes into impenetrable fortresses, assigning sheriffs from among overseers and forming Jaeger bands. The planet's fighting back. I'm gonna go with forest fortresses. Okay. And Dargonis. And they finished up their Emporium. So now, let's see. Scriptorum schools. To teach the serfs to read and thus produce educated servants under the supervision of monks, it would be useful. It would give us less profit factor, but it gives us efficiency, more people. It only costs us 4, and a little more complacency. Hallucinatory Chemtherme, Doctrine of Rationality. We get more Dogma. Okay. Genetic Mercy. Iconoclast, Security and Complacency, sure. Yeah, it doesn't cost me anything, so yeah. Alright. So all 3 planets are handled for now. And we're in an uncharted system. Okay. Okay, so... Alright. This is where I got cocky because I could handle. I didn't realize how bad the fight was. Alright, gotta rescan the planets. Okay. So, yeah, Phlogiston we'll pick back up. Sure, this time we'll take it. Wow. The crew's expertise made it possible to collect mineral without disturbing the ancient caverns. And more plasteel. Okay. Sure. Every material we can get is worth it, so. Alright. Alright. And this is one of those relics we can get. Yep, ancient. Okay. And oh, might as well. Okay, and then we're gonna quick save. Okay. Hostile signature. Yep. Okay. Alright. So, yeah. Yep, come on. Nope. Didn't mean to send a bug report. Okay. Okay. So we'll start with the starboard firing. Alright. Dorsal missiles.
Macro cannons. Open fire.
Alright. Then we are going to go for the 90.
All hands.
Alright.
Prepare for acceleration.
Okay. And try and finish this off. Okay. And finish you.
Salvo.
Yep. Nice. Okay. Port side. Yeah. Yep. Alright. Yeah, they're... Yep. Torpedoes are just past. Nice. Okay. Alright. Alright. So, what we can do... Turn around. Yeah. Okay. And... Yep. Okay. From there, go ahead and try and get rid of as many of the torpedoes as possible. Yep. Alright. Okay. So even if the torpedoes do come after us, they're going to be Yeah, it's only one of them, and I'm not that worried about it. Yep. Okay. Alright. Get the damage on the back. Alright. Alright. Nice. Dorsal missiles. Alright. Then, yep. And as we go by. Nice. Okay, we'll go about here. And get a firing solution on them. Nice. Okay. Alright. And as we've seen, I got cocky about the... Alright. So now we're going to make an actual hard save. Okay. And try the new course. Okay. Well, let's go back. Alright, and yeah. Looks like there's another fight from the warp. Alright. Alright, and another invasion. More Chaos Demons, I assume.
Will be your downfall.
Oh no! Just straight up, okay. Just a straight, yeah, okay. Yeah, more Nurgle priests, and they're attacking the bridge directly. Okay. Well. Okay. Well, this is just gonna be a thing. Alright. So, I personally am gonna stick up here. So, yeah. Then, Pascal, you're gonna help down there. Abelard, same thing, you're gonna help down here. You're gonna keep our flanks clear. Then Irliet is fine pretty much where she is. Cassia, yeah, pretty much just a diddle diddle right up the middle. And our same with Argenta. Alright. Yep. Firepower is going to hold the front. So front line is up here. Back line here. And rear is here. Then she is going to go... Yeah, because Cassia can rip through. Okay. Alright. Lidless Eye, yeah. Yep. Yeah, Cassia is amazing at just ripping, getting us right through a lot of these. Alright. Yeah, buff Argenta. That's fine. I ate before I started the stream, so that's why that's one of the reasons I end up streaming so late is because I end up eating before I do this. So, yep. And then Nightmare.
Me?
Yeah.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Then, yeah, let's go Stratagem.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
And take aim on Glimpse of Fate. Okay. Then move back. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Plague Bears just suck because they do that. Yeah, anything they kill just ends up corpses become their problem. Yeah. So you can use their Wister. Ow. Okay, Irliet. Well, start off by getting Plague Bear number 1. Then Plague Bear number 2, go ahead and open them up. Precise shot. And nice. Okay, and from there, go ahead and expose, analyze. And then go ahead and have you, yeah. She'll shoot that. Argenta. Go ahead and spray and pray. Basically all of this. Nub. Alright. And Revel and Slaughter. Then... You know what? Go ahead and Firearm Mastery. Free shots. Oh, come on. There we go. But that's the reason they cap you out at 95% to hit. Alright. Yep. Then she can still do more, so we're going to move and shoot. Alright. Excuse me. Alright. So 21% chance. Nah, have her focus on getting rid of this one. There we go. Okay. And then from there. Yep.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Alright, and she'll be ready for next round.
I must not falter.
Bridge officers. Nice. Man. I wasn't expecting our guys to be that good.
Follow my lead.
Abelard. Get in there. Then finish off that one. And go ahead and brace for impact. Endure. And set up for attacks from over there. Of course. Alright. Well, let's see. Alright. How do I want to do this? Alright, finish off. Alright, get this one going. That's first and foremost. Then... Early it? If you'd be... Yeah. Yep. Not going to? Okay. 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 Yeah, go ahead and finish off this one.
Open your eyes, or I'll open mine.
Okay. So there we go. Got that done. Okay. Go ahead and sensory. Yeah, rotten heavy, sensory deprivation, and got that one going. Really? Oh man, I mean, okay.
Moving out.
Voidsman at arms. Nah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I moved him up. Pascal, if you'd be so kind. Yeah. Just finish off the rotten heavy.
Point function successfully terminated.
Yep. We're good. Yep. Almost there. There we go. Had the flanks covered, so all that's left is putting down the last idiot, and we're good.
My faith strengthens me.
Yep. Of course. Okay, so the fog's moving in, so that's what's killing people. Okay. Okay, yeah, Cassia, just move up. And... well, go for the psychic. Yep. Lidless stare. And we're good. What's left? Oh, right, the two guys who just died.
Follow my lead.
Yep. The last few that died. Alright, early at... nothing too special here. Yeah. Wow. She actually missed. Okay.
Stay vigilant.
Hey. Okay, Argenta can... there's one over there. Can't see from there. Nope, can't see him either way. Okay. So let's just go here. Revel and Slaughter. Let's see, does she have a snipe shot on him? Yeah. Then move. And dash. Okay. Well, she tried.
Follow my lead.
We're almost there. Well, the fewer people I have to replace, the better off we are.
Follow my lead.
Alright. It's literally just a case of getting to him. Alright, Pascal. Yeah. There we go. Nice. Ooh, level up. Really nice.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Alright. Clearing the bridge. Mostly the corpses of our own people.
Let us not dawdle.
Well, we managed to save some of them, so that's something at least. Good grief. So messy. Yep. So, just a bunch of our people have been mutated and taken over by Nurgle cultists. Yay! Okay, so levels up. Alright, so another level of Master Tactician. Could get Inspire, Strong Point, Fervor, finish the job, which is really nice, because someone else shoots somebody and then I get to finish the job. Dominate. Could unlock other abilities. Sanctic powers, pyromancy, divination, biomancy. Yeah, mind bond. I need the other psyker levels. So telepathy. The target must pass a whim. They spend all their movement points when close as possible to the psyker. They just normal, but they'll... Okay. No, I don't particularly want that. One friendly creature. Gain more damage. Linchpin. The target of gains +1 resolve. Yeah. Strong points. Temporary wounds. Fervor. Direct damage equal to... Yeah. Nah, finish the job. So it's a free attack, basically, once a round. Alright. Pascal. Yeah, sorry about that. Piercing shot. Raid. Until the bounty hunter's next turn, whenever an ally attacks a target marked as prey, the attack deals 3% and gains half the bounty hunter's current bonuses to critical hit. Claim the bounty. Oh, okay. You know what? Claim the bounty. So free, basically free easy clip. Extra shot. Yeah, I can see that. Abelard. Wall of Rockcrete. Vanguard and all their allies suffer less damage from the next attack. Follow my lead. Gain damage, or force distraction, or forces enemy in the melee range to immediately attack the Vanguard. Yeah, so if you get near him, he gets that. Honestly, the Wall of Rockcrete. Just basically everyone can fucking, yeah. Then athletics. Yeah, let's get him. He's our highest athletics by far, so we're gonna make him. Yep. Then Yearliet. Let's see. Awareness. She's our highest. Yeah, no. Awareness first. Then the assassin granting plus 40% dodge of this attack. The assassin attacks granting extra. If this attack hits, it deals an additional 15 damage that increases twice per... Next single target attack will have a minus armor penalty with a minimum of 10%. If it's a ranged attack, the target is forced to move to the closest cell. Okay, so fainting attack, basically forcing them out in the open. Dance Macabre. Nah. Poise to strike. Suffer minus deflection until the assassin, if there's only... Chasing the assassin, they gain... Oh, okay. Poise to strike, yeah. Basically, it's helping resist their... Yeah. Okay. Grand Strategist. Let's see. Held in my gaze. Navigator deals damage to... Okay, 17 to 38 damage. Immolate the soul. All creatures within the area effects of just a straight line. Notch of purpose. Poison willpower and toughness until end of combat. Wow. That is really good, but show the path. Curse, all incoming warp damage is increased. Zone of fear. Must pass a willpower resistance or merely move out of the zone if they're stunned. Nah. Held in my gaze. She gets to snipe someone, basically. And Argenta. Next attack, if it hits, will cause the resistant to make a toughness. If failed, the target will suffer a negative impact. Okay. Reckless Rush. Kick. Kick. I kind of like that. Makes a melee attack with a kick, dealing 6 damage instead of weapon damage. This attack does not count towards the attack limit per turn and counts melee attack for the purpose of versatility. This attack cannot be parried and will push the target 2 cells away. Yeah, that's fantastic. And for her... Agility, Fellowship. Ballistic skill we already did. Like characteristic training, ballistic skill. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, her ballistic skill is 70, so... Between her and Earliet, yep. Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Okay, got everything else cleaned up. Gonna save. That was fun. Let's go. Man. Okay. The system is uncharted. Okay. So, now we know we can't just kick the nest. We do need to avoid. And likelihood is close to 0. Okay. So ideally, we could probably go... Of course. So no, hang on. Okay, so we also know that this is basically a survival because it's counting down turns. That's something else to note. Alright. Gyro blocked your... Okay. It's worth noting that there is something to be said for the simple fact that this is not a... We need to evade the enemy. So we need to get out of their range. Alright.
Macro cannon. Open fire.
Yep. Okay. Alright, Sigil class destroyers.
Force of a supernova.
Alright. Alright. Let's try just getting away. Yep. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I made the wrong call. Quick load. Okay. I forgot that they came in from the right first. So we need to go left. No, hang on. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Yeah, heal up. Okay. Okay. So you can't just use the usual targeting. We need to avoid getting around. Let's go here. The Augur picks up a heavily damaged Xenos void ship among the countless rock masses of the asteroid belt, an Eldari festival beyond the doubt. According to von Valencia's archives, about 100 standard years ago, the Imperial Navy set up a barrier in this system against pirates and the enemies of humanity. Countless primed mines are still scattered among the wreckage. The Voxmaster manages to tune the ship's systems to an unconventional frequency, and the bridge suddenly fills with chime-like Xenos voices. Drawn out and mournful, they sing in an unknown tongue, but every officer on the bridge can sense that this is a dirge. Answering the call, Irlia jumps to the cogitators, startling the officer on the bridge with her sudden jolt, in the hopes of understanding the Monkey technology and figuring out how to help her Kim. The Eldari runs in circles around blinking vid screens, but the mysteries of the machine god elude the Xenos. Then she turns to the Lord Captain, powerless. Irliet is asking the Aeon Talk to help her kin and save who have found themselves trapped sprung by fate. The Eldari are worn out and weak. Their song is a cry of despair, and that cry is fading. Okay, logistics officer led by Master Helmsman Ravar ordered to plow the course for the rescue shuttle from the Dynasty's flagship to the Xenoship and back. Lord Captain orders the servants of the machine cult to prepare a plan for reclaiming the minefield. Saving the Xenos is impossible, at least the system can be made safe for travel. The rogue trader orders the minefield detonated, taking the Eldari board ship. Decides not to risk the team and orders them to steer clear. No. Logistics officers led by Master Helmsman Ravor are ordered to plot a course to rescue. Yep. Now all the ship crew can do is hope for the calculations are correct and that the veteran officer's experience has not let them down. Alright. The Lord Captain inquires after this. Can we establish conflict? However, the Xenos do not respond to the incoming signals. After several attempts, the frequency is tuned by the Voxmaster, gets lost, and the mournful song fades away. The Eldari's hull and engines have presumably been damaged in a collision with the small celestial body. However, it is impossible to prove or disprove this hypothesis at such a distance. The Xenos vessels differ too much from those of the Imperium. Yep. Reflin von Valencia sends shuttle with an experienced pilot and scouts in hopes the smaller vessel can bypass the ancient mines. The shuttle enters the floor. The pilot proceeds with caution, confidently avoiding the chunks of rock and nearly imperceptible mines. When the shuttle reaches the Xeno ship, the rescue team's report catches the bridge crew off guard. The vessel's starboard side has been breached by macro weapons of an unknown Imperial void ship. There are no survivors. Shielding her eyes, Irliet closes them and clutches the spirit stone at her breast. Coming to, the Aldari does not speak for a time. With notes of sadness in her voice, she carefully picks her words. She concedes that the Aontok did all they could to save her kin. And yet, it was the Monkey who were responsible for the loss of the Aldari void ship. Saddened by the pain and hatred the humans have wrought upon her kind, Irliet quietly leaves the bridge. Alright, so we get an Eldari chainsword and... Okay. Sometimes it is simply impossible to outrun fate. Yeah. Alright. Let's get out of here. We obviously can't do anything for them. So, we're just gonna leave. Yeah, no, we can't win that fight. At least not yet. So, gonna quick save. And let's see. Alright. Lord Captain, an urgent report. We have received an astropathic message from Regent Aranto Orselio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from Urak 5. The Regent is requesting an update on our current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and to arrange the return of Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astronopaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, it is necessary to tell House Orselio. I feel it is necessary to tell Orselio the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with the Navis Nobilite is possible, which, given the current state of the Coronis Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. Oh, they've probably got spies. I'm not going to worry about how they figured it out. The perished at the hands of the rebel. Tell the Regent Rogue Trader does not know anyone named Cass. Tell Horace Orselio that Cassia is safe and that the Rogue Trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. The astronopaths will transmit your consent. Representative of House Orselio will be waiting for you on the capital world, Dargonis. Receiving members of the Navis Nobilite is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. Alright. So this one is the path to Variables. Okay. One more quest to do. Just so much shit to do, folks. And just checking. Yeah, no, that's the only way to go. This is a dead end, basically. Okay. Oh well, check the system. Yeah, no, we're Jakari in that. Well, Lord Captain, we have cross-referenced the key characteristics of the system with our astronautical chart data. The planet Viabos 6 is located here. Problem is, the augurs detect an unusual change in the atmosphere, not unlike a massive release of toxins. It appears that something unfortunate has happened to the planet's underground storage facilities. It's impossible to land safely on the planet just now. Unknown ships are cruising the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher the telemetry easily. Xenos. The armory and the artillery crews are standing by. Alright, Drukhari void ships. At least it's not a lot of them. And we're right in the middle of it. Oh no, we're there. Okay. We'll check this planet first. Alright. Oh, you know what? I didn't even notice that planet. Down there. Gas giant. Something good. Abandoned tech priest base. Okay. Just some extra goodies. Alright. I've really got to take some time to start selling too. Oh, something new. The planet can barely sustain life, and yet searches discovered a long-lost Imperial colony, one that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy centuries ago. The colonists live in conditions worse than any Underhive, yet they still venerate the Emperor and gladly welcome their visitors. The Lord Captain receives an invitation from the local ruler, the Archqueen Princeps Domina. Well, let's pay her an official visit. The ruler meets with the Lord Captain in a shack considered to be a palace by the people there. The Archqueen's unusual crown is made out of metal coils, most likely parts of the ancient device for boiling water. The guests are served the finest delicacies of the colony can provide. The Archqueen praises the visitors in mangled low Gothic and calls for the Lord Captain her dear sister. At the end of the audience, gifts are presented to the guests. The Archqueen's minister delicately remarks that the best possible gift the Lord Captain and her crew could provide would be the replenishment of the colony's meager gene pool. The captain gives canvas lower decks for volunteers. Most ruggedly handsome among the Archqueen's court, along with other gifts. Yeah, sure. I have thousands. So why not? The Archqueen is delighted and flattered. She hopes the Lord Captain will pay her more visits in the future. I mean... yeah, basically it's another world under our protection, and... alright. And... okay. More tech priest stuff. Okay, folks. Time to fight the Drukhari, but less of them this time, so hopefully we can win easily. Alright. Because, yeah, we just weren't up to that fight. That many ships, no. Not with our current configurement. Alright. Okay. So what are we looking at? Two rather larger ones. Oof. Yeah, those are full frigates. These are going to be a bit rough. And what's this? Explosive void. The clouds of gas and hames of macro cannons increasing coming damage whenever a vessel inside the makes an attack. It suffers damage. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, if they want to... you know what? Yeah, you know what? They can come to the end phase. Oh, okay, I have to move. Okay. I can at least shoot. Miss. Yeah, I can't say I'm shocked. Oh, must. Okay. Okay. Alright, they're in there, so they're gonna start taking damage from... Yep. Yep. Well, that's gonna make this easier. Jesus. Yeah, they aren't kidding about you taking damage for every shot. Okay. Alright. Good gods. Okay. Well, I'm going to 90 degree. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Yep. Alright. Okay, so I can at least finish this off. There we go. Alright.
Engage the engine.
Yep. Dorsal, yep.
Let them taste our fury.
Nice. Yep. Yeah, of course. Yep. And we'll call it good. Yeah. Okay.
The void ship's shields are failing.
Yeah. Jesus, they're fast. Okay. Well, I can at least... You know what? Go ahead and use the +2 range for the starboard, for the port side guns to get some damage on. Then go ahead and new heading. Alright. Alright. Yeah, this is a narrow win on our part.
Where we tread the unfaithful, an unsophisticated victory.
Oof. Okay, yeah, we barely made that win. Okay, we need to start doing, I guess, some smaller fights on the ship side. Alright, hull repair. Absolutely. And, yeah. Ooh, right. Okay, so reloads all manual fire during acceleration phase. Allows the use of both abilities selected on post for one turn. Chosen sector of the flagship shields is reinforced. Shield pulse. Strafe. The fire maneuvering thrusts and slides a short distance to one side. Yeah, you know, it's strafe. Mobility is huge here. And expeditious reload. Alright. Then components. Alright. Yeah, upgrade hull. Yeah. We definitely need it. Oh. Actually, the other thing we need to look at is prow. Prow battery versus the... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Audacity of Janus. Dealing 2 shots, dealing 21 damage, 3 shots, 4 shots. Yeah, these are all. Okay. Alright. Well, we made it. Narrow win, but we still got a win, so I can't complain too much. But let's go see. And this is the mining colony. Swift and merciless retribution is a proper fate for many transgressors, but the Imperium permits using convicts for hard labor on distant prison worlds like Viabos 6 to atone for their crimes before humankind. Hundreds of thousands of rogues and lowlifes toil in the mines of Von Valencia's protectorate until death from exhaustion or some other unfortunate accident claims their forsaken souls. Alright. Yep. Let's go. Alright. Let's see what we get, folks. What, pray tell? Alright.
Viabos 6 always was a penal world. But this, even the miscreants of this place do not deserve such a fate.
They are broken / gutted. The body is still covered in the shreds of Planetary Warden uniform. The caustic ooze gives off a sickening vapor that eats away at the lining of your nose, will make your eyes water. The man clawed his throat right before he died. Yeah. Alright, more goodies. Sign of Hecateria, witch cult from the depths of the Camarog. Oh boy. Bodies have been twisted into a pose resembling servile bow or barbed wire. Okay. You can clearly see several thin cuts left by bladed weapons on the body. Oh yay. Hey, Drukari are here. Drukari are without hesitation one of the worst races in the in all of Warhammer, and even worse, you never want to be captured by one. Because the Drukari don't kill you. Well, they make you live in agony for centuries. Death before you get captured by them. Have the Dark Ones found the governor at last. Who is this? Drukari. Yep, here we go. Oh boy. The Dark Elves. The tall, lithe Xenos moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. The creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator. Macandus Aelith. What is this? Has one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon? The Xeno takes a quick look over his shoulder towards the platform where a few more silhouettes in black armor can be seen. By whose leave are you playing Lord on my world? The Xeno's eyes light up with interest. The Monkey understands my speech. Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most, without weapons, and soon without your skin. The humans scattered around you on the platform stare as if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, and yet more look upon you with hope. Who are you? My name is known to everyone on this planet, Monkey. I am Tazara the Deliverer, Tazara the Benevolent, the one who grants respite from the choking grasp of this world. I decide who lives, who dies, and who finds new purpose for their existence in Kamarog's many arenas. Surely this is why you have come here, to fight for my ever-changing favor, and for the privilege of being the first to be chained. Iliad chuckles haughtily. Such grandiose names for a soulless wretch who tortures the breathless and torments the powerless. Your words are a hint at a nobility you never possessed. Cousin, what are you doing among this rabble? What an unexpected and tantalizing surprise! Tazara licks her lips hungrily. I cannot wait to take you in my arms and clasp you tightly to me. Do not waste your breath on your lies. Only the faint vestiges of blood connect the Asuriani and the Dark Ones such as yourself. Let's see. How could you stoop to this? To killing one another for the amusement of the enemies of humanity? A hulking brute who can barely stand coughs up blood and wipes his lip. What, was I supposed to lie down and die? The ones who survived the arena. The ones the Xenos take them away. I saw humans boarding shuttles with my own eyes. They're going to take us away from us, you hear? You hear? That statement is false. You were supposed to furnish yourself with a means of respiratory protection and inflict maximum damage on the perpetrators before ceasing your vital functions. Yeah? Who gives a shit about us convicts? The lanky buggers may keep me on the leash, but at least I'll be alive, not coughing up my lungs. How cruel you are to your unfortunate kin. These Monkey have worked hard to entertain their elite audience. Each of them fights with a strength born of desperation, seeking to earn their place in my box of toys. There is always room for one more. My toys do break ever so easily. To be reduced to a Xenos' plaything. A shameful fate for the scions of humankind. Abelard falls silent, shaking his head in dismay. I presume the toxic atmosphere is your doing? It could be, or perhaps my mere presence is enough to make base creatures like yourself forget how to breathe. Tazara lets out a snasty chuckle. Are you really surprised at what happened? You wove the net right under your own feet. We merely knocked out the pin that drew closed tight around you. A couple of volleys at the seals on the underground well, and the planet was the one you had turned inside out did the rest. I hereby declare you a Category 3 blasphemer for tampering with the sacred production cycle on this world's exactiums. The drill on Pascal's mechadendrite springs to life with a howling screech. Oh, and your brethren finished what the planet had started. Oh, how they strived to please me and my entourage. How they slaughtered and tortured their own kin for mine and my sister's delight. How they decorated this little arena with still living Monkey. Do you think all you see before you is the work of our hands? Think again. I am the rogue trader, the Emperor's anointed, guardian of humanity, and your doom, Xeno scum! Oh, what passion, what naive arrogance! When this all turns into boundless despair and clinging terror, my guests and I will savor such exquisite pleasure. I would play with you myself, Monkey, but then the performance would be brief, and we don't want to upset my guests, now do we? From the dusk behind Tazara comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is too great for the elucidator to interpret the words, but the tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience. Tazara raises her blade and points it at you. Tell the other Monkey that whoever slits your throat will depart for their new home ahead of schedule. And tell them to hold nothing back. Tonight they dance for Ymaris herself, the great archon of the Cabal of Reaving Tempest. turned to the fighters. Do you truly wish to die at the Xenos' behest? If we join forces now, we can end this senseless carnage once and for all. Dying Xenos, the path to eternal shame and condemnation. Yeah, no. Persuasion. Exhausted and defeated faces trade worried glances. The hulking brute next to you hesitates, then spits and breaks into a grin. We're gonna die anyway. Might as well do it without the heretics brand. Slay the beasts! Tazara emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
Your demise is already calculated.
Yet another monkey to play with.
There we go. So we got the gladiators at least on our side. Alright. Well, this is gonna be fun. Okay, nope, we did. Technically, it's considered an ambush. Alright, Cassia. Let's see. Yeah, get up there. And you can see some of them. So go for a shot. Nice. Then voice a command. Go ahead for Pascal. Nah. And then set up. If I'm honest, her fields of control aren't going to be that necessary in this one. We're just going to let it go. Yeah. Alright, we managed to get the gladiators on our side, so... Well, early it's... Oh, she's got a shot. Okay. Precise. Yeah. Nice. Then... Poise to strike.
You cannot force me, Alantak.
Alright, and then from there... Alright, go ahead and get the gunslinger.
Ancestors guide me.
Okay. And... Alright. Go ahead for there. And if you're still alive, go ahead and get the gunslinger. Okay. Yep. Yeah, the gladiators are basically... They were supposed to be a major problem, but thankfully... It's the reason I keep persuasion close, because... Yeah, there's just times where that's just gonna help. Okay. So let's see. Alright. I'm gonna move up. Shotgun.
Who, if not me?
My revenge will be delectable.
Then sensory deprivation. Add. That's Hecatrix, so target the gun. Then I don't want to bring it down just yet. So Abelard, get a lot of AP. Okay. The gladiators are just there to eat up meat. Yep. Alright, Abelard. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna, because there'll be a boss, so. Okay. And go ahead and charge.
Target well struck.
Nice. And the second round. Nice. Endure. Go ahead and bulwark. Wall of Rockcrete. And taunting scream.
Victory is imminent.
Okay. Of course. Nice. Nice. Pascal. Time to get in. Alright. Gonna mark. Let's go hunt down prey. Yeah. Alright. Sweep. Sorry about that. Okay. And then from there, we can dismantling attack. Yep. Nice. And machine spirits. Okay. Yeah, tried. Okay. Argenta. Yeah, she's got a shot. Only 58% on that one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so single shot on this. Wow. Yeah. So we'll go. Okay. We'll go for the kick. Yeah, that worked. Then. Alright. Nice. I'm bored of this farce, Tazara. Who rules this? Arcania Maris. Drakon Mazar, you know the danger of repeating this. Misunderstanding. Draw your own conclusions. Yours is our command, Archon Eumeris. So they're bored, so they're just leaving. So it's just clean up the rest of the idiots. Gotcha. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah. Cassia, you don't happen to have a... Oh. Sure. Wow. Survived. Well. Okay. Okay, so go ahead and do precise. Set up for the shot. Yep. Aim for the opening on you. And then go for the shot. Yep. Okay. Really, I'm... Nice. And finally, yeah. Yeah, no, sorry, Hecatrix, but this was... Wow. I gotta admit them. They're doing damn good work. I could go for the Psychic. Oh, no, I can get around. Okay, perfect. Sorry, but this was... Yeah. Press the advantage, because I have the advantage. And... The surviving fighters turn their heads towards you, one after the other. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you. Subject to selective punitive supervision, so you may further toil for the good of the Ember. Stay on planet with everyone else and wait until I decide what to do with you. I do not have time for this now. Why have you stopped? We're not done with you yet. No. Those who fought with me, get to the shuttle. As soon as we are away from here, I will give orders for the immediate evacuation of the immediate remaining survivors. Oh, we got... What is that? Mechanicus creations. Cool. Alright. Hecatrix. Yeah. Blast pistols. Splinter. Poison Hecatari blades. Witch armor. Alright.
Is there money to be made?
Alright. Let's go looking through. Yep. Okay. To be fair, I didn't really... The man died clutching his intestines. They split his lacerated stomach. Yeah. Again, the Drakari, you always would prefer death before what they will do to you. Body is partially flayed, judging by the amount of blood. The victim was still alive when it happened. Yeah. Yeah, I managed to save as many of the gladiators as we could. Yeah, the body's missing parts of extremities. It was hacked to pieces with dozens of strikes. Yeah. Because the Dark Elves have to keep people alive. Now that the Dark Elves left satisfied, we treated them to an exquisite pain and misery. Okay. Okay.
I always have a backup plan.
So, yeah. Looks like that's it. Blades in the Void. Raid leaders evaluated to capture. Information about the pillaging has already been sent to the... Okay. Alright. Let's get back to the ship. Figure out what to do with it. A captain who calls himself Master Inspector is in the market for human merchandise. Of course. Okay. So. Punishment of the Thinkers. Needs a new convicts. Various dangerous illiterates and idle thinkers could be to supplement the workforce. Imperial Navy, I would need a better relationship to punish outsiders or calculation. Calculation needs convict purchasing foreign criminals as a possible. I'd need more profit factor and a better reputation with the Void. Okay, it cost us 4 blocks. The other 2, complacency, adamantine. Okay, sure. We'll go with that. Okay. Vivo 6. So that's our... So that's... Okay. Another planet settled. Colony management. Okay. Alright. So that's another quest down. And another planet brought into our fold. Alright. Deadly, 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 yeah. Okay, so now we need to warp back. Okay, so... Yeah, charting a new... Yeah, so it's ridiculously dangerous to do, so... Okay. Captain arrived on the bridge. The warp jump. She found the on-duty officers in a state of utter confusion. Named they had been receiving orders from the bridge for several minutes, not orders authorized by the rogue trader, but the Lord Captain had been absent, and curiously the orders had been signed by the late okay. Tech priest attributed strength. No, it's because that Ghost Theodora version is still here. Okay. Okay, so we've checked that. We've been there. Okay. Okay. So... Okay, so we're stabilizing our routes. Okay. Alright, so from there... Yeah, because now we want to start looking to get... Alright, back to some of the others, so... Alright. Hopefully that... Oh, okay. Hallowed Railway... Okay. And the Genetic Mercy. Okay, so Filestone's got more going on. We can also now build... Thousand Face. Alright, we need more weapons or reputation for them. I mean, might as well at this point. Okay. And then, was it Dargonis? Also built there. Okay. And Doctrine of Rationality. Uses up some mechanisms, people, and plasteel for efficiency, complacency, and security. Crimson Haze. Extra profit factor, which I think I really want. Yeah. Yep, that gets going. Vibos. Okay. So, we're not looking bad. Okay. So it is entirely possible to... The captain has received a message from Scalander on Dargonis. He's from Vibo 6, mention of the Xenos leaders. He promised to direct the efforts of his aides to identify those enemies' commands so the location can be determined. Message is also reporting that the Drukari are getting ready for more attacks on the territory. Information from the aides will continue to arrive. Okay. Okay. Lord Captain, this is the Master Helmsman Ravor. The crew's grumbling again. But they have right reason this time. Our analytics systems have gone totally bonkers. The Red Robes, the tech priests are blaming the anger of the machine spirits. Allegedly, this is how they profess their displeasure of the crew not being worshipful. We have largely managed to stabilize the output of the augurs, and the auspex has come across the ship, but you should know that there's something awfully sketchy about the machine these days. I can confirm, Lord Captain. The vessel's analytic systems were behaving incorrectly for a time. The cogitators could not produce statistical data and displayed meaningless numeric combinations instead. The augurs failed to correctly analyze matter and mistook solids for liquids and vice versa. Thanks to the tech priest's effort, the standard operation of the ship's mechanisms has been restored. I am still registering sporadic reports of similar malfunctions, but we should now be able to handle them. Alright, so there's something else going on. Still, alright, we're getting better at... Alright. So... Alright. We still need to find ways out west. Or at least further towards our objectives out here. Yeah. So, near as I can tell, we can still warp here. Alright. Colony management. Okay, not enough time yet. Okay. Yeah. It's safe. Okay. Yeah, the warp jump. Ship's massive from really airtight seal on the... Okay. Okay, new system, colony. Janice. Your ladyship, Janice is reporting about a disaster. Ghostly Xenos figures that appear at dusk go away at dawn. In a ravenous swarm, they attack one agricultural facility each night, freezing everything they touch. The attacks take place in the complexes closest to the uncontrolled sector of the planet, where nature itself is turned against us. Alright. We will lose... with our usual methods, by fire and sword. We lose efficiency, complacency, and security, and we get mysterious silver. Whenever the wearer uses major psychic power, they gain 20% to psychic power damage until the end of their next turn. What do we know? What is spawning them? Visors. Okay. So so there we go. We now have Argenta. We still get to invite the esteemed specialist, and we only lose complacency. We lose some security if Adira handles it, but we get the strange shard instead, which is lore and warp and Xenos. Or J gets the spirit drape. Whereas non-attack psychic powers cost -1 AP during the wearer's first turn in combat. Ah, that isn't a... Alright. Okay. And the forest fortresses are up. So, from there... Alright. I guess the cure for sloth? Sure. Alright. Let that go. Oh! Lord Captain, a disturbing report has come from the quarries of Viabo 6. The convicts have lost their minds. They forgot how to use tools. They huddle together and continue to stare aimlessly into space, even under the lashes of the whips, ruining mining deadlines. Some are possessed with an urge to use their nails to scratch blasphemous symbols on the tools, machines, and even their own bodies. The most mad have painted the walls of several mines from floor to ceiling with symbols and now gone off the deep into the mining tunnels. None of them could be found. The overseers consider the ploy to divert attention away from the escapees and the impending rebellion. Alright, investigate the anomaly. Have the guards monitor where the workers disappeared to. Have the guards knock this love for cheap theatrics out of the inmates' heads. And what do my advisors have to say? I'm detecting intriguing symbols. Okay, so the servants of the Omnisire are hereby allowed to examine the... Okay, so... All allies gain +7 logic. The rogue trade servants have succeeded in identifying and studying the patterns of... Okay. Another peculiar trinket. The game 2 times equipped armor deflection wounds. Okay. Wow. While prone, if the wearer has no other allies and 0 more wounds, no more than 0 wounds, they and their allies die. Okay. Watchdogs, help the others. Limbs +3 speed of the first round. I'm his leader, stop this mess, or else I'm going to regret it. I'll get the extra logic. Alright. His draws are too systematic, they not be mere gibberish. Okay. Sweet. And we get some adamantine and chemicals. Nice. Next up, the Dreamless, Envirodome, Ergonomics. I will fear no poison feature, which is all allies gain +5 crowds and suffer -10% toxic damage. Okay. Extra profit for ergonomics, plasteel and chemicals, but it blocks the Envirodome. Okay. So I would need pods and tranquilizers for the convex consultant. Complexes are getting crowded, individual pods. And we're creating the massive crystal flux domes whose filtration alters, purify the air and water will fit far more workers. Yeah, the Envirodomes. Yep, okay. And this system is uncharted. Okay. Alright. Alright. Nothing aggressive here in space-wise. Oh. Not explored. Something new? Oh, another one of the archaeotech fragments. Okay. Extractiums. Okay. And nothing. Ooh, Promethium. About time. Love it. Basically the Warhammer equivalent of oil. So, let's see. Nothing. Ash World, and finally Tiny Planet out on the rim. Oh, not even a pole planet. Plasteel. I mean, might as well. Okay. Alright. And with that, we're going to have to start looking some more. But more importantly, we got a crap ton of stuff in the cargo hold. So let's get to selling some of it and getting some rep. Okay. Okay. So we still don't have a merchant for the Imperial Navy. The Fellowship of the Void, the Casablanca mission. Okay. Well, we should start with them. Do some... everything I can't sell. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, no, I am absolutely looking forward to the Warhammer. Okay. We'll go there. There. One level of reputation with them. And we're able to pick up... Yep. Oh yeah, no, the Total War game is going to be hilarious and awesome. I can't wait to see that. Alright, we're up to 39 profit factor. Fellowship of the Void. Alright. Yeah, we got a lot for her. Yep. Because we picked up a lot of fuel. Yep. Yeah, the fuel we picked up was a ton, so... Okay. Yep, rank 8 with them. So, lots of goodies. Nice. Okay. Yeah, reputation too low. Right. Yep, still got a few more levels to go with them. Yeah, next, Drusians. Alright. Pick up there. Explorators, same thing. Alright. Picked up everything we got so far. And let's see. We'll save formally. Because honestly, I think I'm going to call it here for right now, folks. Probably start off next time. Probably start next time going through our equipment, making sure everyone's as equipped as possible, and then dumping everything we don't need into... I may do that before we start the stream. Just so you guys don't have to sit there and watch me bump around in the menu forever, as I just optimize everything. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Captain, we received an astropath man from Dargonis, Kiliska. Okay, merchant ship in the silence of Mare Serget. Hypothetical okay. Okay, so now we need an attack on... Oh, for fuck's sake, I was just there! I was literally just there! Fine. Good grief. Alright. We're coming, we're coming. Well, at least this will be more experience for our ship. Our crew and doing the space fights. Hopefully this is another rank up. I can hope, at least. Let's just hope it's not like 3 frigates. Alright. Alright. Okay. So, Imperial class frigate. What are we looking at? Yep, okay. Destroyer. Destroyer. Okay. Destroyers, I believe, are a class down from frigates, so we're at least in a good position. Alright. Alright. Okay. At the very least, we are... never mind. There are 2 fucking frigates behind us. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Like, it's nice they're not hitting us, but gods. No, they definitely would have died if we didn't show up, I can say that much. Damn, their frigates are fast. Okay. Okay, they're going into the dust clouds, so we at least are buying a little time. Alright. Okay. Oh, right. Torpedo launchers. I switched over to that. Okay. Dorsal. Yeah. And... no line of sight. I will do the 90 degree. Alright. Perfect. Okay. Alright. 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 And going to launch the torpedoes. Okay. And, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna lose our ally. More than likely, we're losing our ally. Okay. Because of the frigates. Alright. God, the destroyers are so mobile. Oh well. Not much I can do. But we can try and at least avenge them. Yep, because down they go. Yep. Okay. So we can get them here, and they should be able to detonate. Yep, warhead detonation. Go ahead. Nice. Okay. Port side. Okay, well, start with the starboard. Really? Alright. Dorsal. Okay. Gonna stand there. Okay. Then... honestly, gonna slide. Just enough. Okay, I was trying. Okay, and then... fine, we'll do the +2 range. Nice. Well, that's something at least. Okay. And... yeah, get behind both of them. Okay. And if I emergency reload, nice. Dorsal, yeah, I can get some damage on it. Okay. 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 Sucks, but not the worst. Yeah. Yeah, the Drakari ships are just so fucking fast. Alright, I'm gonna sink the torpedoes. Is it possible to get close enough? No. But I should be able to get close enough to detonate. There we go. Alright, then I'm going to 90 degrees turn. Alright. So, yeah, 90-degree turn. Alright. Dorsal missiles, hopefully finish them off. And laser on them. Okay. Yep, and definitely love having the torpedoes. Okay. Yep. Oh god, that hurts. Okay. That hurt. Okay. Yep. Alright. Well, let's have him chase us. Alright. Then reset our shields. Alright. And torpedo control. So go ahead and move up. Alright. Okay. Got no shots that'll hit. Okay, and now he's turning around. Yeah, not close enough. Yeah. Alright. Oh. Yeah, that hurts, that hurts. Okay. Let's start with this. Then macro cannons. There we go. Okay, and that gets us up to rank 4. Figured. Upgrade. Yeah, okay. Because it feels like we're missing some ranks. A new message from Master Scalendar, Lord Captain. This time he is not reporting yet another attack, but the alleged location of one of the Xenos leaders, Achilles' aide, have reported that said leader will be heading an attack on the paradise world Grantis. There is one catch. The planet belongs to Caligos Winterscale, another rogue trader. Master Scalendar has noted in his message that responding to a distress call is unlikely to be considered an incursion into somebody else's territory. The governor of Grantis will most likely send you out a call from the moment the raid begins, and if your void ship happens to be nearby, no one will question your reasons for landing. True enough. Hull repair. Yeah. And void management. Alright. Allows the use of both abilities of one of selected posts. Depending on maneuverability. Abrupt turn also deals damage. Chosen sector of the flagship's void shields reinforced until it suffers damage. Okay, shallow jump. And the flagship's torpedo tubes loaded with 3 salvos instead of 1. Boarding party. The flagship launches a starting internal fire, causing engine damage. The flagship makes 7 attacks, each of which targets a random enemy in an 8-cell range. The maximum overdrive. Ultimate post abilities. Okay. Flagship augers can area for favorable attack. Flagship is such a position, evasion is increased by... Okay. Exit speed is increased by +2, and its maneuverability is increased by +1. The voice dealt by RAM and distance traveled. Now we'll do Empyrean Storm. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yep, have enough for a heal anyway. God. We're just at the point where I'm trying to figure out... Okay. So, one less... Okay. So now we can lead this chart courses to there. Okay. Alright. 3 profit factor gained. Oh, for responding, yeah. I imagine for responding to it. Okay. Janus, we've already been to. So then... I kept saying I wanted to stop, but then I keep going. Alright. Okay. So, Filestone. A shrine blocks the project in Drusia's footsteps. When the project has been completed, the bonfire of righteousness, good tidings. Requires a lot of expenses, but gives us Epiphany, a sword. 5,000 with the Drusians, and okay. What does Epiphany light? Not that great of a sword. It's a power sword. Yeah, it's not bad. Just it's kind of Crusade. Captain's retinue gains accusation of heresy. And we get the accuser of sin, which is the charge ability deals an additional damage equal to 5 against the. Okay. No, I think yeah. Shrine is fine. Efficiency, yeah. The treasure of the Imperium, spiritual gems. We got a shrine roll, require an ocean's worth of thrones and bribes and greedy ecclesiarchy officials, as well as mountains of extremely rare materials, direct cathedrals. Okay. Yeah, sure. 3 profit factor lost. Yeah, that's fine. Janus, Dargonis. Alright. Sorted goods. Okay, and that gets us more mechanisms, weapons, and xenotech. I kind of like that. Scriptorum schools. Yeah. Sorted goods. Alright. And we're good there. Yep, and we're good. Okay. So, warp travel. Alright. Reduce the loss. Okay. Alright. And we'll save, and yeah, I'm going to call it here, folks. So, like I said, I'll probably go to the bridge, deal with the equipping of everybody to max out, clear out my inventory, because I figured nobody wants to watch that. That's boring, so I'm going to leave it there. So thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and this has been more of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now, folks. Bye for now.